It's factual information. Well, it's factual.
Okay, folks. We'd like to say welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight on another edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. We're back on the radio. We're live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. We also live on several frequencies across the country. Thanks to our partner radio stations that are always relaying the program. We're live on Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Train Radio in Grand Crew, and the rest of other radio stations across Liberia. Thanks to Radio Yalaman in Seklipi, Nimba County, that relays the program sometimes. And of course, thanks to the thousands of you across Liberia who always make up time to join us on Spoon Talk. Thanks to our online audience, Spoon Talk is live across the internet. We're live on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We're live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. And we want to say thanks to all of you for joining us tonight on this edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk, and thanks to the many of you who always make up time to share the program as well in your different group chats, making sure that we get to reach a larger audience. This is Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. We want to appreciate the fact that you take up your time every night to join us on this platform at about this time. My name is Nelson Colette, and yes, today's edition of the program promises to be great. Kindly share the show as you join us tonight. It doesn't matter where you're joining from. Share the show in your different group chats on your Facebook, and let's hope we can have a great show tonight. We're going to bring you the updates shortly. Thereafter, we will move to the phone lines and take your calls tonight on this edition of the program. We will move to the phone lines, take your calls, and then after which we will now hand controls over to the CEO and the rest of the team. So on the What's on Your Mind segment, you will definitely have the time to call in and say what exactly that issue is that is of concern to you, be it health issues, political issues, issues about the economy, and whatever. You have the time to call in and share your thoughts on those different issues of concerns. So I'd like to say welcome. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight on this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Well, there's been a whole lot happening in the country today, and there has been more reaction. What we've seen today has been more of reactions, analysis, and a whole lot around the president's SONA, the State of the Nation address. Of course, different institutions, individuals, organizations have been coming up with analysis, reactions and what have you with respect to the president's State of the Nation address that was recently delivered. We'll bring you some of those, but one notable reaction has been the one coming from the CDC, the Coalition for Democratic Change. They had a press conference today that was addressed by the caucus chair, Senator Nathaniel McGill of Margibi County, who happens to be the chairperson of the CDC Legislative Caucus, addressed that press conference today, where they outlined their own disagreement with the president's SONA that was delivered. They went on to list a few things that the CDC, the Unity Party campaign on, which according to them, after 1 year, the Unity Party has failed to deliver on some of those things. The Unity Party criticized the CDC on, according to them, after 1 year, the president's State of the Nation address could not mention or state to the Liberian people how far the Unity Party has come with respect to addressing some of those issues. Well, in their disagreement at the press conference today, they mentioned the issue about the harmonization policy. According to them, the policy was demonized during the campaign period, but now um, it is impossible, according to them, for this administration to reverse that particular harmonization policy. Uh, and they also mentioned the issue of the drugs situation in the country. One of the major campaign messages of this administration at the time in opposition, according to them, the government has failed to deliver on that as well. And a lot of other issues they mentioned in their press conference today. The private jet situation. They're saying that the whole idea about private jet was criticized, but even under this administration, private jet is still being used by the president, like with the former president George Weah. So they came up with lots of disagreements in their press conference today at the CDC party headquarters when the chairperson of the legislative caucus addressed that body, addressed that press conference today. Well, at the Liberian Senate, a lot was addressed today. Over the time, there has been concerns. The Liberian National Fire Service have had some issues. For some time, it has been in the media about how allotments that should have been made to the institution to procure some fire trucks in the tune of some 3 million, 2 million intended for the fire truck stuff, um, have not been received by the institution. In the midst of that, there have been wave of fire outbreaks across the country. And so the Liberian Senate thought to invite the head of the Liberian National Fire Service today to speak on the issue. In about 20 minutes, into that particular hearing, the hearing was cut short because the lawmakers could not get from the head of the Liberian National Fire Service the total breakdown of even the monies that was received. At some point, the fire service boss said he received, yes, he received X amount of dollars. He received the 4 million intended. But then when he was asked why he didn't buy the fire truck, he said the money that was not released by the Ministry of Finance. So based on the back and forth, there was a motion to have there was a motion from Senator Blebo Brown to have the hearing adjourned so that the witness will remain on an oath and have the hearing go on another time, which was seconded, and they had to move on. Since, in fact, the fire service boss could not give a total breakdown of how, if he received the 4 million, how the 4 million was expended, why they didn't get the fire truck, and all of that. So there were just some issues with respect to that, for which the hearing was pushed. But on the flip side, the former pro tem Senator Albert Chie addressed a communication to the plenary of the Liberian Senate today. That communication seeks to have that body review review a constitutional amendment for national referendum on so that body can make some amendments to certain provisions of the Constitution. This is something that has been before the body for some years, since 2020, and this communication was addressed today to have several amendments done, including Article 28 for dual citizenship, Article 45 for the reduction of terms of senators from 9 years to 7 years, and for representatives from 6 years to 5 years. There's another amendment that this communication wants to see be done. That is Article 47 of the Liberian Constitution for the reduction in tenure of the president pro tempore, and other officials of the Liberian Senate from 6 years to 5 years. Also, Article 48 of the Liberian Constitution for the reduction of tenure in the term of members of the House of Representatives from 6 years to 5 years, and also for the reduction of the Speaker's tenure from 6 years to 5 years. So all of those communications, in fact, that communication was geared towards having all of these amendments within the Constitution, and the communication was received and it was forwarded to it was sent to the plenary, sent the communication to the Committee on Judiciary, Internal Affairs, and Autonomous Commission um, to take charge of it and report to that body within 3 weeks as to whether there's going to be amendments in those different provisions of the Liberian constitutions that borders on the tenure for the House of Representatives, the speakers, the senators, and all of that. Yes, that's just a few of the many happenings. But I see Dr. Richardson is in the background. Let me bring her on. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. It's good to see you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nelson, I heard you. Just wanted to unblock myself. It's good to see you too. It's funny, I missed seeing you when I was in Liberia. I see you more often on the show than, than in person. Yeah, too much the business and the running up and down. But it's good
Yeah.
to see you today. I want to welcome all Liberians that are watching Spoon right now. It's wonderful having you. It's always a great idea for you to participate in the discussions that we are having here. It's a testimony to you wanting a better Liberia. I was listening to what you were saying about the different. Let me start off by talking about the amendments that was
Mm,
for by Senator Chair. I think that's who you
yeah.
mentioned. Let's keep an eye on that. I wasn't clear what did he want to do with the dual citizenship. Did he want to say that we in the diaspora are considered dual citizens now in Liberia? Because
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
that's a good amendment, and I think we should keep an eye on that. I strongly support that amendment, considering that many of us return home, many of us still have our neighbor strings bearing in Liberia. Many people left the country for not because they wanted to, but for because of better opportunities and because of the war. Um, I also want to state that the amendment to reduce the terms of the House of Representatives and also the Senate is also a good one. I will put it to 4 years instead of putting it to 5 years. I know he's reducing it now from 6 to 5 years. Let's
Yeah.
keep an eye on that too. Uh, it's too long. What can they accomplish in 6 years that they can't do in 4 or 5 years? Why do they need the 6 years? What's the justification of that? I don't believe that it's always has been 6 years. It was moved up to 6 years. I don't remember hearing any senator during my early years saying that they were in power for 6 years. Or
No,
for,
but the senators are there for 9 years, and the representatives are there for 6 years.
yeah,
So, yeah, so this is seeking to have the senators
back.
uh, to 7 years, while the representatives to 5 years.
I don't. That seems so long. What did they have before? Before 9 years and before I don't know. There has that they I don't recall them being there for 9 years. A senator being in power for 9 years. I do not recall that, and I'm not in a position to research that right now. Um, yeah, but I think it's a good amendment. Those are good amendments to watch. I know it was sent to the Judiciary Committee, as you said, to be, I don't know, teased out and to be a.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So usually once these communications are sent to the relevant committees, like now in this case to the committee, the Senate Committee on judiciary, internal affairs, and autonomous agencies commission, and all of those. So once it's sent to them, then those committees will do the necessary research based on their expertise. Now, because the people who make up those respective committees, they come with expertise in that area. So you take, for example, the Committee on Judiciary
Mhm.
is you know is a committee that has
Mhm.
lawyers. For example, Senator Augustine Che happens to be the chair on that committee.
Mhm.
Um, he's a counselor at law, a legal practitioner, and all of those with legal understanding are the ones on that committee. Then they go and do the necessary research. They do the due diligence. Is this necessary? What does the law say? If we have to do this, or what do we have to do first? All of the legalities surrounding that, and then that committee will report to plenary, and then what their findings are. They
Mhm.
will advise plenary how to proceed with this particular action they want to take, and
Yes.
then it starts from there. But it's a whole long process that Richardson, because
Absolutely. But I
uh,
don't think it has to be long. I think it's just a straight shot. You reduce the term, period. There's nothing to study. There's nothing. I mean, I know very rarely do I speak like this, but I don't think there's no research that needs to be done about this. It was done before. There's no in my time that I remember a senator in power for 9 years. There was not in my days, not in my time, and in the developed countries, if we look at them, I don't think senators are in power for 9 years. You talking about a child is in maybe second grade, going on the third grade now. When by the time the senator leaves power, so and then also looking at the House of Representatives, I think he said reduce it from 6 years. I mean, from 6 years to 5 years. That's
for
what he.
5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is just just too long. What can you do? But let me also say too that I do trust the expertise. I'm not saying that they don't have the expertise, but we do know that when they send these bills sometimes to committee and all of this stuff, it stays there, it dies there. So that's why I'm saying that we need to keep an eye on it. Let it come back.
Yeah.
It should be something that there's so many bills that is sent. I mean, not bills, but so many thoughts, good ideas that they sent to these different committees that it just stays that the committee will refuse to bring it to the floor because they say that they're still studying it and they will go on and on and on. So that's why I'm asking us to keep an eye on that. And yes, go
Yeah.
ahead. You want to say something?
And another thing is that this particular proposal
Mm-hmm.
was before the very Senate before, and on the 8th of December in 2020, there was a referendum to there was a proposed amendment. There
Mm-hmm.
was a proposed amendment, and but usually you have to go through a referendum in order to
Yes.
have
Yes. Yes.
any of these amendments to the Constitution done.
Yeah.
But as per the Constitution, also, in order for the amendment to take effect, there will have to be two-third vote, you know, in favor of that particular amendment. The citizens will have to have a say in that as well. But because we could not get it two-third at the time, and that Richardson, you remember that was the time when this whole dual citizenship,
Yes.
issue was also captured in that referendum.
Yes.
We had a senatorial election at hand
Mhm,
at the time. The
mhm,
election that brought Senator DeLon
mhm,
to power, and
mhm.
so the result of that referendum was very poor. These are all issues that referendum should have addressed. But again, it didn't turn out to be successful. There was the politics around it, and obviously it's a political process, and
And
it
yeah,
fell short of the two-third. Yeah.
yes, it doesn't hurt to try again, and also empowering the people to empower their representatives and senator. I mean, the senators and representatives might feel like, oh, they're taking jobs away from us because we are reducing their term, but then we have to look at public service. It's a place for you to serve the people. It's not a place for you to be there forever. It's a place. It's a calling. It's a passion. You come in, you do your work with the people, you serve them. I mean, serving the people will cause them to re-elect you. but it's just too long. They have to see reason that, what can you do in 6 years, 9 years, that you can't do in 4 years, or less. Some people advocate for less, but you're right. That is the process. They have to have a referendum, and the
Yeah.
Liberians need to be, educated about this referendum. And I'm sure Liberians are getting to it because maybe in the past, the the widespread of information was not available to Liberians to see, okay, are we voting for this or we're not voting for this? So I'm sure Liberians are now on it, and they will definitely um, respond to it positively. And then, of course, like you said, the 2/3 that we need um, for the bill to be pushed forward, for it to be
Yeah.
made into law.
Yeah, and that the reason there's also another update.
Hmm. Hmm.
I think you remember this case with the drug raid that the DA carried on some time
Yes.
ago. Yeah, that case has been in court, involving uh the individual known as Original Japan.
Wasn't that
Uh,
guy a guest here before Nelson? Was he here on our show? No.
well, I don't really remember.
Okay.
Probably I wasn't on that night.
I remember one of them were here, talking. Okay, but that's okay. Go ahead. When I
So
read
yeah, Josh Obi, also known as Original Japan, um, and others have been brought down with a guilty verdict from the High Court today.
mm-hmm.
The criminal could see Josh found them uh, guilty of in a major drug case. The individuals were guilty of being in possession or being involved with the drug market in the tune of some um 31,625 dollars, equivalent to over 6 million Liberian dollars. And
What?
so the four individuals, uh you know that's the latest on that particular case today, with the original Japan situation. But there are more details on it because I understand I've been signaled that the person who served as the LDA boss at the time, Colonel AB Krumah, will be here. So we're trying to set up for him as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. Well, I'm sure he's going to talk to the Liberian people and let it give us more information. So that would be great. I also heard you talk about the fire service boss while I was in the background. Did he not know
Mhm.
he was coming to a hearing today? Because he seemed not to have his information that they were asking him. Did it not tell him?
No, he was informed, Dr. Richardson, because there was a communication
Sent him.
served some
So,
yes times sometime last week. There was a communication served to him, so he was aware. In fact, he even went at the hearing with
mhm.
his financial person. So but and she also had the information, but I don't know, for some reason she didn't get to speak on it. Probably she needed permission from her boss. But then the questions uh,
Mhm.
were just shooting from every corners. And at some point he said, "Oh, you guys are trying to intimidate me," but they couldn't give the senators what they wanted, the actual information, because initially the senators have been informed that the fire service should have gotten, there was some 3 million in the budget for the fire service,
Mhm.
uh, should have been used for salaries, but again, as
Mhm.
part of that amount, some
Mhm.
2 million should have been for to procure
To-
fire trucks.
Mhm.
Yeah, they should have been used to procure
Mm,
some fire
really?
trucks.
Mhm.
Uh, but then in the report, according to some of the senators, in
Mhm.
the report he circulated to the senators, it captured the issue of the money, and that they did not receive all of the monies for which they could not procure the fire truck. they could not complete the payment. They pay something up to 60%, but they could not complete it because they didn't get all of the money from the government. But then in his presentation, he said when he was asked by Senator Dillon, he said, yes, they got the money. So then
Mhm.
Senator Dillon's question was, if you got the money, why you didn't get the fire trucks? He said the
Mhm.
Ministry of Finance did not give them all of the money. So there was just a back and forth. Some of the senators thought he didn't understand the question. That's why he was responding that way, since his presentation was saying one thing and the document he circulated was saying something else.
Mhm.
And yeah, because because they couldn't get him to really get on par with what they were saying, and then they had to adjourn the hearing.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that he should be prepared next time to go. This is so important. We've been having a lot of fire in the country lately. So this is just so important that he, has all his financial documentation in place. I'm surprised and shocked that he went before the senators, the lawmakers today, and was not adequately prepared. But on the other hand, I have to say, I know what it's like to be uh, you know, uh, the receiver of a lot of firing questions. I'm doing it daily. I'm in the middle of it daily, so sometimes it can be confusing. But you are also telling us that even his report, the report that he's submitted to them, was inconsistent with what he was saying to them. So I'm not sure. So, but fire is so important to our country. Having a fire truck is so important to our country, and so I really would appreciate getting a good answer, getting some consistency in this $3 to $4 million that we're talking about. That's too much money to. I mean, even just when you said 2 million was allotted to buy two fire trucks, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for two fire trucks. Maybe there was more to it,
No,
but
that was for the fire trucks and some firefighting equipment. You
okay,
know,
that's
yes,
still
it actually need to fight fire and a lot more. He
yeah.
also said that they didn't get the fuel for operations, the fuel for operation. You know, for the past year, they didn't get it as well. You
So,
know,
so they're in debt to
but then,
those people. So or
yeah,
they couldn't go fight fire because um they didn't get it.
yeah. So then he was asked, if you didn't get fuel, you didn't get your balance money. Okay, but let's talk about the fuel. You didn't get the fuel. How come? How have you been fighting fire? And again, you said they met few vehicles there that they've been trying. They've just been trying to, get their way around somehow to fight fire. But
Somehow it's still fire business now. Somehow business or that serious business in our country because every day is happening. So, but anyway, let him. There, you like you said, they reschedule the hearing. We'll keep our eyes on that too. There's two things we need to keep our eyes on: this referendum business to change the term of the House of Representatives and the senators. Um, did you add the president there too? I know we're not doing the president too. Did it? Is it the president?
they didn't add the president there.
Yeah, me, I want a president there too. Shit. Uh, uh, yeah, and then of course this business of the fire. So yeah, yeah. So you want to go into taking some calls, Nelson,
Yeah, yeah,
and
we can go to the phone lines and
yeah,
take some calls.
and wait until the rest of our colleagues join us. But again, just a great, great, great honor to have all of you here watching us today. Yesterday I was in and out of the show because yesterday I had a long day, Nelson. We got a lot of candidates that applied to get their doctorate degree in psychology. So usually
Okay.
before a candidate comes into the program, they are interviewed. And so there's two faculty members per candidate, and this was done by Zoom. So the interview starts at 9 o'clock. So I had a 9, 10, 11, 12. Now I think we took a break. I took a break, but then we still have a half hour session from 12 to 12:30 where I have to tell them about. I run the diversity program in the department, so I had to tell the new incoming students about what the diversity program entails, some of the past, some of the things we've done in the past, some of the things that we're doing now. And then, of course, so I had just a 30 minutes break. Then I had to be by 1 o'clock for another appointment. Then there's a 2 o'clock appointment. And then at 3 o'clock, we all get together as a group. And then we talk about people who were on the borderline and why you felt like you were on the borderline with that person, which means like you were rejecting them. And why. And then, people give their opinion, things that maybe you missed, things that you saw. We go back and review the answers. We go back and review the application, just to make sure everybody has a fair shot. And then it goes back to the admissions department. So when I was done, I was not I was just tired. I couldn't even think. And so and on top of that, traveling from Liberia, I just been in the country for about a week. My body's adjusting to this cold weather we have, because it was all like all sunny weather I was in. And so it's just interesting. My body finally took a toll on me. And definitely I just came in and I sent a text to Stanton and said, listen, I just can't make it tonight. I'm going to bed, and
Wow.
I feel good. I mean, yeah. So today I feel a whole lot better. I don't have today. We didn't have an interview today. We have on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So I don't know if you guys will see me or not. But so today I took some time to just follow up and get caught up with Liberian news. And hopefully I'm in a better shape today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah. Thank God you're in a better shape today.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Usually it's that way. There are times we have busy day. Some days not too busy. Some days very busy. Some days not busy at all.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's been, and then even today, because tomorrow I have more interviews, so you have to read up about the applicants. They have to submit their application. They have a deadline, so you have to spend time reading up about them and making sure that their letters of recommendations, reading up the letters, whether who they got the letters from, what did they say about them, where did they graduate, what classes they did well in. Coming to a psychology program, hopefully you're doing well in psychology courses, in your master and your undergraduate level versus if you didn't do well. I want to know why. So I'm getting to know who this person is. They tell us this as in a statement, because everybody have to write a statement. Why do you want to come to the program? Why do you want to come to our school specifically? And so those are the things that I've been. So I had like 4 letters to read, 4 applications to go over today before getting here. But it's much better today. I'm in a much better spirit today to be here. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's a great one. And the Liberian people are glad that you're here today as well. And
Yeah.
so I think we can go to the phone lines and
Yeah,
take.
let's do that.
Yes.
Let's do that.
Interestingly,
Uh-huh.
yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Well, some people are like, "Oh, Dr. Richardson, why didn't you didn't tell us about the tenure of a senator?" And I mean, people get used to the fact that we have exposure to digital knowledge. I don't need to know. I can just take my phone and Google whatever I need to know these days about Liberia. So the issue is not the term; it's 6 years or 9 years. The issue is somebody is asking for it to be reduced, and that's what I want. That's the idea. It's not the exact number of term they're there. So I just want you guys to put your critical thinking hat on and start thinking about not the factual information that's on the survey, but deep down, what does it mean for a senator to move from 9 years to 6 years? What does it mean for a person to move from 6 years to 4 years? Those are the things that you need to be asking yourself. We're talking about finances for that department. We're talking about, what can the work schedule, the workload. Those are the things that we're talking about. Okay. So for those of you who are watching and, have interesting things to think about. All right, go ahead. Let's take some phone calls and then it should be good.
Yeah. So 0555 101075 is the number to call. I'm gonna put the WhatsApp up. Hello,
Mhm.
you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Hello. Hello.
Mr. Nelson Colette.
Yes, sir. It's good to have you on.
Greetings, Dr. Richardson. Happy to hear from everybody this evening.
Yes. How you doing?
I'm very well. Happy to talk to you for the first time, Dr. Richardson and my brother Nelson. And thank you so much for your consistent effort to Liberia. Dr. Richardson, thank you. I hope you had a great time in Liberia when you were here.
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
straight
Yes.
to, straight to the top. I want to say thank you so much, Diamond Nelson, for covering today. I really appreciate the fact that the government did extremely well in um, the George case, which we saw you guys, going to pay whatever they did in Liberia. That means the rule of law was okay. And I also want to say that the Senate and I mean the lawmakers, they are doing well. So give us this 6 years, or for me, I will really take Dr. Richardson's side. The 5 year or the 4 year will be better for Liberia, for the Senate and the representative and that of the even the presidency. 4 years, because what you're supposed to do in 4 years, we'll see. Liberia deserves better, and I feel that we all can come together. The issue of jobs in our country, Hope Care Liberia, along with other organizations, waiting to work. If we can work along with other people, we've been trying to reach out to Dr. Richardson, most especially you, Mr. Colette, so that we be able to help and make Liberia a better place. The youth don't have anything to show. Like, we don't have anywhere to go. So at the end of the day,
Thank you.
people be influenced by other things. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your input tonight. Uh, hello. Okay. We lost that person. I see the CEO has joined us.
You are
CEO.
low, Nelson. Why can't you increase your volume? You are low.
Oh, wow. Okay. Am I good now?
Yeah, you're better now. You're good.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think it's with yeah, the adjustment here. Um, so we'll go back to take more calls. Your name and
Hello,
where you calling from?
I'm Jay from Blum, calling from Rada Bill, Good Nation.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yes, let me say thanks to all the panelists in the studio. I love the Constitution you just read. It is good for all the lawmakers. Our representatives should go for the 5 years, and our senators go for the 7 years. That will be the best thing for the country to do. Because if the lawmaker or the senator going for 9 and 6 years, they are not doing any good thing in the house. So if we cut this short, so they will be otherwise to reach to their constituents. At best, they will be otherwise to build certain things in the district, and there will be otherwise to bring the country forward. So I recommend you all to please work on that, and I hope that we're saying will try to bring it on the table too, and the lawmaker will be able to approve for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello. Your name and where you call from?
Good evening, Nelson. Good evening, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, I appreciate that referendum to come on because sometimes, some years back, we were afraid for it to happen, but it didn't happen. But if it's something I would pray that it will happen because this year for representative is too much. They was not going to rely on what happened. So they get cut down and work for yes for president, 4 years for representative. That would be better for us. Even
Thank you.
there's how do you call it? What do you call it? So sorry, I forgot something.
Okay. So we'll get you next time, sir. Let's take another person. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, good evening, Nelson. My name is Ebenezer Williams, and I call from the Freeport Belt.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Nelson, while it is true, it's good to discuss the tenure of representative, senator, and that of the presidency, but you see why hypocrisy in politics can do. Now, Around 2020, the Unity Party were campaigning against series of things, owing to the fact that they know fully well that they come back presenting the very issues. They were telling Liberian people that to reduce tenure is not good, and the issue of dual citizen is not good. There were things that.
Too bad we lost this person. 0555101075. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, Nelson. Charles, line, and I'm calling from Brazil.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
Hey, let me say how so the dog. I'm a person. How are you, dog?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, nothing. You know, this things were in existence before. Liberia, the president, they've been on 4 years thing, but when you don't overthrow, he care about the 6 years because you're a military government.
Mm-hmm.
I remember doing president that time, which you are going for referendum on them. They don't come on the president will be president whatever. Yeah, they can stay by holding our development. So I think that's a good point that I said tonight. A lawmaker got to seek reaching, our president got to seek reaching. At least we can go back for 4 years for presidency, 6 years.
Thank you.
Nothing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
How are you, Nelson?
Yeah, it's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
This is Paco.
Oh, Paco. We lost Paco. Let's take this person. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Mohammed Kana speaking to from Banja. I think it's a welcoming idea. Me, 4 years for the president and the members of the House of Representatives is better. It will be better for this country, and the 6 years for it was. But maybe spending 9 years somewhere, making exorbitant amount of salary for 9 unbroken years. For all the people that have been opportunities, they wait 2 times 18 years, 12 years. You see, men like Thomas Falade, they are over rich in this country. They will never get poor. So that's a very good amendment in our constitution. If we can do it within this time frame, they've got it. Oh my God, I know it will not be running 2029. It will be good for legacy. Thank you for the program.
Thank you very much for your input. 0555101075. Hello. 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 Okay, so let's take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Well, I'm Xiao Aaron Dixon. I'm calling from the Old Road Belt, and it's a pleasure to be here. I just want to wake up a bit for the regular callers that are talking about the tenure. I wanted to quickly refer to one of the discussions along the line when it came to the fire, the burning of the character billing. The other lady, not Dr. Francis, the other lady mentioned that fire, that was terrorism. And fire was terrorism, but the lawyer that normally on call disputed that. I wanted to concur with the lady to say that fire is actually terrorism. And the definition of terrorism as fire, fire can be considered as terrorism when it is used to terrorize a community. When it's used to terrorize a specific group. Fire as arson can be considered a form of terrorism when it is intentionally used to intimidate or coerce a population or a government with the goal of achieving a political or social objective, making it destructive, a destructive act. The form of terrorism as for fire is considered as terrorism. So the lawyer who said that the burning of the capital was not terrorism, it is a form of terrorism. That's
Thank you.
One.
Thank you very much for your.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input, sir.
Number two.
Yeah,
number
so
two is
we
Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
yeah we have to take orders. So let's hold you there, sir. There are lots of other people on the line. Yeah, thank you, sir. Let's take this person. Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, Nelson, let's go. I think we got AB in studio, right, Nelson? I mean,
Not yet.
can you set up
We're
for
trying.
him? He's in the office of the CEO.
Okay, yeah. So then I think I'll have to do the setup for him.
Yeah,
Try
but
to-
we'll take more calls, later on.
Okay.
All right, Nelson, thank you. Dr. Richardson, how you doing? Your LDC left because you're in darkness. You just
So
got
that's
about.
I'm trying to I kind of change position of my seating and I'm trying to fix my lighting so it's on and off.
It's better now.
Yeah, but sometimes it gets dark in here.
But what happened? You don't have LDC?
No, I do. I have look. I have this whole big whole light here, but I don't know what's going on today. I changed the position of my seating. That's why I used to be in another chair. I just changed my position, so I'll have to keep around and seeing what's going on. What's going on? How you doing?
We are grateful. We are grateful. We are grateful. We are grateful. All is well. Just tired, but
Yeah,
we got to do the labyrinth people. Yeah, I'm just tired.
Have to be here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for sort of accommodating me yesterday. I was tired. I couldn't. I was in and out. This kind of was an unusual thing. Usually, I'm not as tired as I am, but
I accommodated you.
Well, yeah, you allow me to just leave the show.
Oh, that's what you okay. You leave anytime you want to. That's your show. No restriction. We try to do our best, but we choose not to get into trouble.
Okay. All right. I'll leave whenever I want to.
Whenever you say I can't talk to the Liberian people today about cassava, you want to leave this one.
I would.
Have you read the book Murder in the Cassava Path?
Yes, a very long time ago.
But Winston Sanganglu?
Yes, I read that book a long in Liberia.
Yeah.
There's one of the top literature requirements.
Yes. So what's your conclusion, though? Who killed? What's the guy named Kema, or what's her name? Granny, stop posting on our live feed, man. What's wrong with Granny?
I remember just the love scene. I can't tell you what my conclusion.
You forgot about the story, right?
Yeah, I did forget about the story, but I remember the book very well.
Murder in the Cassava Path.
I remember, like I said,
I came across it today.
The scene of the characters. It was at that time when you're young and you're reading about people being loved. It was just quite interesting and telling to me. I liked it. So
I thought about it because how you call it? You're always talking about your new, your additional job now is cassava.
Absolutely.
Going on the farm and Murder in the Cassava Patch. I came across it by they say Baltimore, and I said wait a second. Somebody corrected me, Baltimore. And I began to think about that it was a good literature book. That
it was captivating. Because I must have been about 14, 15 reading that book. Because that was a book that they kind of assigned to you for your literature class.
So who killed Tenet?
Yeah.
That was a big question I asked though. Who killed Tenet? And I don't think a lot of people, have their own answer to that. Glennie, leave me alone.
I didn't mean you. Gotokai.
Yeah. Do you think he's the one that killed Tenet? It was an allegation, though.
Well, that's why I have to remember the story, but I just remember Tenet and Gotokai. You said Gotokai. So I remember those two in the textbook.
I said, what's up? It's good to see you from the car on your way home. What's going on?
Nothing much. We're here.
I say hello. How you?
Dr. Richardson, how you doing? But Stanton, you were thinking about Dr. Richardson cassava issue. You didn't think about the other book where they said cassava was used to enhance the economy. You wouldn't think about
Government by
murder in the
stuff,
cassava
but
patch.
we talking about Baltimore murder in the cassava patch. Yeah, man. Come on, bro.
Who killed the lady? If it were today, I would have known who killed the person. But since a long time, well, I don't really know.
I am telling you, that book got
But I think do we still have that book in school?
I don't
I
think
don't know if people still read it, but I mean, all of us read it was a long time ago. I'm sure.
Yeah,
I don't know if they still do them now.
I don't think they do. I think they should bring it back, considering that it's a Liberian author.
Mhm.
I think that you can. I wonder if you can order it on Amazon. I would love to have it. I mean, I
I
haven't.
heard there was a play about on that story. They had a play, right?
Sarah Schools sort of developed their own plays about it. So you could watch it in a play form, and I'm sure
Murder
they
in the cassava patch.
yeah,
Baltimore.
I'm sure the cultural troop at the time, because Baltimore was very involved in the cultural troop. I'm sure they developed their own play too. I think it was played on ELBC, if I remember correctly.
So this is why he's saying the story explores themes of love, right?
That was
Loyalty and complexity of human relationship set against the backdrop of Liberian culture and tradition.
Yeah.
Tenen was murdered in the cassava patch allegedly by Gotokai, although the true circumstances of her death are left unclear in the novel. So again, it is, listen, you know, going back to thinking about Lifetime story that you guys can watch. The women don't watch the Lifetime movie. You know, you think about it. But I think, listen, man, I want to say welcome to the show, everybody. Murder in the cassava patch. People that do the cassava. I hope the students of today. Why are you laughing like that?
You got people that are doing cassava. So what are you really trying to tell that already?
But let me just tell you what it took me back to.
I said, don't do that. I didn't say anything.
I'm not murdering nobody. I say I'm murdering nobody.
I didn't say anything about you, that I said it's insinuating like Fadiga. He said four Supreme Court justices, they are there. They will be there.
The full Supreme Court. But you know what? This is the beauty of our education. Those days they used to ask us to list the characters of the story. Then you gotta do the plot, the conflict, the setting, and all kinds of different stuff in the conclusion.
That's literature. You're right.
To do like different metaphors and all of those things, and that's what I enjoyed. I liked that when I was in school, but it makes it sort of easy for you to remember some things, but some things I just remember the love story. That's all. I was young at the time, and I said I'm not trying to kill nobody in the cassava patch. I think.
I said, are you telling Abraham to be careful?
You too much.
Are you telling Abraham that the richest
your story you brought up? Please tell us why you brought it up, and don't put me inside your story. I'm not part of it.
I saw the picture of that Richardson Abraham walking behind her. My brother in the cassava patch right there.
You're crazy. Abraham not saying no man to you.
From where America to Liberia, Abraham walking cassava patch. That's what Richardson.
When you go like I'm sure I said to all of you are going to emulate me. I still got to go all the way to Maryland to go find your own cassava patch.
I'm a friend of cassava patch. I don't know. You caught exactly what I was thinking about, right? Oh Lord.
It's beautiful.
Brother in the cassava patch. And everyone was walking straight into it too. Maybe everyone didn't read the book. If he had read the book, he couldn't have gone in the cassava patch.
He knows his wife very well. She won't kill us.
No. We can't do that. We're not saying that about you, but I mean, if anybody read a Baltimore Vogue murder
But
in the Casal
if anyone should be afraid, it should be Dollar Richardson,
Yeah,
because in the
because
book it is the woman. So I don't think it should be the other way around.
They booked that part 2 where the woman killed the man.
episode 2, season 1.
Episode 2. So episode 2.
Glenny dying. Glenny put it that.
I know. One of the things, no, on a serious note, one of the things I won't do in the cassava patch is to go there with any majority block lawmaker. I can't go there with any of them because you gotta be very mindful to go with any of those guys.
They say the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court, they will say, even if the Supreme Court say why you carry the men, they will say they win. Everything they win case.
We'll be discussing that Supreme Court thing in detail today. We also have A.B. Kroman. A.B. Kroman is coming on the show. A.B. Kroman is speaking to us tonight. I think since the president removed him, this is the first Spoon Talk program. And also, I want to say, let's put out the flyer now, guys. You got 14 in the league in the county meet. Let's talk about it briefly before we bring in AB. 14 in the county meet. We can bring in AB because he's from Nima and the beat Nima. So, well, the conversation right now is not about AB. The beat Nima, he's out. Nima didn't contribute a lot, so the beat Nima out. So we got to talk about people that stay in the game. AB is set. He's ready. We'll be bringing him in briefly. But I want to talk about the team that left. You got Lofa, Mike Gibby, Grand Jida, and Maryland. 14, right? You got 4 teams in the league. Now, the 4 teams you have in the league, I can tell you on Wednesday tomorrow, Maryland versus Grand Jida. Tomorrow, Maryland versus Grand Jida. This is very, very important. Everybody should understand that Maryland will be going. That's a big game tomorrow. On Thursday, this is the semifinal, folks. It will be Lofa versus Mike Gibby. Now, it's something about Mike Gibby I'm concerned about that Richard said. Mike Gibby is like the sleeping dog. Leave them alone. Mike Gibby beat Nima County. And Mike Gibby is coming to beat, what I'm told, they will beat Lofa. Listen, I am not putting finger on this one. That's what I'm told. I spoke to Kubasi today. Kubasi said he's concerned. And I asked him, I said, Kubasi, why are you concerned? He said, because my Gibby got something about them. I don't know that Vandana Patrick had put them in regroup. I really don't know. But folks, we need your prediction before the show is over. Which 2 counties will go for the final tomorrow? We'll take 10 calls, and then we will get our reading. But I said, you are here also to talk about this flyer. I think this is the Maryland flyer, right?
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah, talk to us about the flyer real quick.
Well, thank you. And thank you for bringing it up. There are a few things we need to know. Maryland County comes to the tournament with the youngest team, homegrown players, ready, prepared, and I'll tell you quickly, Maryland and McGivy going for the final. That's what you should know. Now, it's one thing to see the yellow boys mentally prepared to dismantle anyone. It is another thing to encourage them to go on the field. Maryland County, as we all know, we don't have president, we don't have vice president, we don't have deputy speaker, but we're right on the show and we saw those who even got all of these people came on the show to ask. And so we decided to come on to reach out to all Marylanders across the globe. The team needs your support. As you are seeing right on the screen, we do have mobile money numbers, orange money number, Zelle. If you even need cash app, you can come in my inbox. I will read the numbers. Please, your county needs you. It's one thing to just clap, oh yeah, the team, man. It's another thing to support them this time financially. 0888-682356 is the mobile money number. And for Orange, 0779 60679. Now for the Zelle number, those in America, anywhere you can use, or how you call that app. There's an app they use to send money Africa. You can use it on the mobile or anything. But Maryland County needs your support. This is a clear call to Mr. Edison Cummings. The team asked me to call Edison Cummings. I placed him a call today. It seems to be he was busy. I didn't get him. I will call him later, but we need everyone. Maryland County is coming for the trophy, and they need you to ensure they are mentally stable because they are ready. Please support Maryland County. Send your little things with the flyers you are seeing up. The children need you. Just you should know, Maryland don't go to Monrovia and tell all the B players. The children you see here, they're from right in Maryland County. It is the only thing that get Marylanders playing on Maryland team. Not the other people, local and thing that come to Monrovia and tell all the first division players. So please, no, we talk about it. The people got to know the distinction. The reason why they need to support Maryland County. We beg you. The team needs you. The flyers are up wherever you are. Once you support Maryland, you from Maryland, support the team. We will absolutely come back to say thank you, but the team needs you very, very much and now.
Thank you. So, guys, you got it. Maryland County is asking for your support. Lofa County asking for your support. Grand Gila County asking for your support. And you have, how you call them, Mike Gibby also asking for your support. We're going to have Fandela Patrick coming on to talk about Mike Gibby. Again, we want to say to all of you, man, your prediction, who going to the final, the 2 counties that will be going into this final. We still got 4 counties right now. As I said to you, 4 counties is very interesting. Put politics aside, I think Kwame, what's his name, Ko Bangaloo is trying his best to, and the organizing team from LFA and that of the Ministry of Youth and Sport, they are trying their best to put some smile on your face, right? Because football brings unity, football brings about love. So you're gonna have Maryland versus Grand Gila tomorrow. Maryland versus Grand Gila. I really want to know, who do you think gonna win that game? We're gonna take 10. Hey, come on, sir. Welcome to the show. Bhavin Shanghai, it's good to have you. Let's just do our promotion real quick. We're backing you. We're going to get to you shortly. Let me take the soccer thing. I know you're a soccer guy. But again, let me ask the people. Nelson, can you come on? We're going to take 11 calls today. 11 calls just from Monrovia. Who do you think going to win tomorrow, the Maryland and just Maryland and Grand Gila? Then on Thursday, Lofa and Mike Gibby. 11 calls first. Maryland and Grand Gila. Tell us who's going to win tomorrow. Nelson, open the line. Only from Monrovia, only from Liberia, only from Maryland, only from Grand Gila, only from Liberia. Let's hear the people, Nelson. Open the line, please.
0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live. We take our first caller here. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Hello. This person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you. Hello.
Let me fast. Let's go ahead. Let me fast, please. 11 calls.
Hello. Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live on the show.
Yeah, my name is King calling from Maryland.
Yeah, let's hear you.
Maryland. You know, the reason why you go on about how do you do Niba?
Okay. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you.
Thank you. So good for Maybe Luba carrying the cup here. Luba okay. Luba will be whosoever they meet in a panel. Like Maggie will be Maggie. Maryland and Grand Gila, and one can will show them. We're busy about carrying it there. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello. Your name and where you come from?
Good evening, Colin.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Let me get to Dr. Fixing Special Chinery Richardson as it do in the panelists and Standard Waterspoon. My name is Moses to us.
Who going to win tomorrow, my friend?
Moses, please go to the point, sir.
Okay, I'm a Nimbayan. My closest neighbor is Grand Gila. I believe Grand Judah and Lopa will go for the final.
Thank you very much. This person here, hello, your name and where you call from? Hello. Hello.
Yo, bonsoir.
Yeah, go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
I say Grand Judah will win because I support Grand Judah. I'm an Ivorian, so I say good afternoon or good morning to Mr. Waterspoon. Always will laugh down to you in Ivory Coast. We are listening to you.
Thank you very
Merci,
much.
merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you.
Maybe they're going to beat tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. This person, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you. Okay. Another person. Your name? Let's hear you.
Nancy.
Yeah.
My name is George.
Yeah, George, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nancy, thank you so much for stopping. Tomorrow, Lopa will be my GB. And
Okay.
Lopa will go for final.
Okay, thank you.
Lopa beat me. I got bon country.
Thank you very
So
much.
I will support my uncle.
Thanks for your input. Thanks for your input tonight. Let's see if we can take another person here. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Grand Judah going to win.
Okay. Let's hold you there. Another person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ma Oded, and I'm calling you from Newtown.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I support Maryland County, and Maryland County will be the victor in the year county league because we the Marylanders, we are well in terms of playing football, and we are very unique when it comes to the sport. So we support Maryland. Also, I want to say thank you to After Do for flagging out Maryland County.
All right. Hello.
All right, thank you very much. Let's take the last call.
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, I'm calling you from Saglebe, but Grand Judah will carry that trophy, so no joke about it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Folks, there you have it. Grand Judah, Maryland, Lofa, McGibby. It will be an interesting week this week. You know, the champion is coming up, and listen, kudos to Andy Kwame, kudos to Ko Bangalo. These guys are trying. Let's say I can beat them in politics, but sport going to bring us together. Where you're going to have the county meet, I'm telling you, I am supporting one county, and I know that county is going to win. That county, Ebi Kroma. If I say that county will win today, my prediction, the county that win the trophy will win the county meet. I can guarantee you, the county that will win the trophy will win the county meet.
Look at that.
And that's my prediction.
For a man who don't even know the difference between the county meet and the trophy and the.
But man, we can hear you. If you leave the mic, we can hear you. You fine. Talk to us.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Don't forget about Nimba. We stay in the.
Leslie, can you please increase the volume?
We still got basketball going. We still got kickball going.
We're talking about serious sport in Liberia, remember? I beg you back. We're talking about serious sport in Liberia.
We'll get there. We'll get there. We just had misfortune this time around. You know, we've been bereaved, so we have not been.
The biggest excuse I can get is for you bereaved.
We'll get there. The year is just going by. But listen, it is a beautiful thing to be with you guys. It's a pleasant pleasure to be in the sight of your listening and viewing public today. It's been a long time since I left Spoon. Since I left, you guys just going wild all around the place. I heard somebody calling you from Ivory Coast.
Yeah,
I mean, that's amazing. But I'd like to say thanks for the opportunity. When I got a call today, I made it to the court late. I was invited actually by the prosecutor to witness the last argument, and today is one of the most happiest days in my life. My professional time.
We're gonna gather, right, AB? We're gonna gather because this is we're not just skip to it. This also have its origin, and that's why it's very important that you're on the show about Japan, original Japan. He was sentenced today. We got to establish something here. And then we got to dive into other stuff because your name is Abi Kurman. When people hear about Abi Kurman, it's a lot attached to your name. So before we officially bring you in, just give us more time to welcome our group. We want to say to all of you following us, join us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram. Share the show we have called Abi Kurman. And guess what happened? We have another video coming out that the drag Yeke Koluba from the session today. Yeke will be coming here. I don't know. I didn't know that Yeke was that small. They hold him like spider and throw him out. This is a lawmaker that they disgrace. Yeke was thrown out of session today like paper. So all the thing Yeke be wearing a BB double layer of clothes. They hijack Yeke, they put him in the head. Listen, they could say Yeke get out, but they threw him out. Like they threw him out. I've never seen that. I mean, listen, where is our country going? They grabbed Yeke and threw him out. Yeke was fighting for cell phone. He was fighting for his fire. He was fighting for his life. But people want people. What's going on with Yeke Koluba? He was thrown out today in session. I saw Fode Famula laughing. I saw Prince Todd laughing. I saw Rachel Kuhn celebrating. What's going on? The lawmaker Yeke Koluba of District Number 10 will be on the show. He will explain his story. He will be on the show.
I thought Yeke was your brother-in-law.
Man, when it comes to Labrador, no brother-in-law business. I mean, you might own man say it comes to Labrador, I would dare you. So it's no brother-in-law business. But I want to say, folks, thank you for joining us. We'll also dive back into the zone. A lot of different corrections need to be made. We want to talk about Liberia holistically. You understand the president is not in Liberia now. The president will be returning back into the country tomorrow, right? But we got to talk about Liberia, the way forward for our country. Something strange is happening. The good, the bad, and the ugly. You know, as the lawmaker try to redeem themselves, they're trying, but they can't make it. It's hard for them. A lot of massive stealing and corruption. And the tag on President Bouaka, the layers of individuals that are putting him down. Is he willingly going down with them? Or is he fighting to redeem himself and leave Liberia for better legacy? And who's talking about George Manneh? We are coming back. I'm looking for some sedition. They said George, we will come back because Unity Party failed it. Is that the only option we have? Do you want George Manneh we are to come back? Will George Manneh we are change anything? Or George Manneh we are going to come back to just do the worst? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be on fire today. We're going to be on fire today. I'm glad to be here with Dr. Richardson, Murder in the Kassaw Path, Special Chinwe Richardson. I want to say it's good to have you. There were more plenty Kassaw fans, so I start reading Murder in the Kassaw Path again. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Yes, it's good to be here. I was just looking up to see if the book is on Amazon to order it, but it's out of print. So for those of you who...
I think they should bring it back, though. I think they should,
I wanted to just even get my children to read it because it was such an important part of my education history. But it's good to be here today. I'm looking forward to discussing. Yesterday, I was so tired. I couldn't really verbalize my thoughts on the president's speech to the legislature yesterday and to Liberian people. So today I got a chance to go over it, and I have an additional thoughts about it. I also there's something that was bothering me, that this tendency that is happening in our country where people are, increasing the way they harm people, kill people, like you were just saying, throwing somebody out of session. I mean, we can resolve issues. We don't have to be violent, We don't have to engage in these unbecoming behaviors. I just seen, I read a story about a little girl who was pregnant or reportedly pregnant for a man somewhere in the Broward area. And I was killing the girl because she was pregnant. And, you could talk about that. It's not something that's worth taking somebody else's life for. So I read also that we've been putting fire. When somebody gets mad at you, they can just take the fire and just throw it on your property. No, you don't need to do that because you're destroying somebody's property, somebody's hard work. And if you destroy a public building or something that is useful for our country, you are destroying potentials. Perhaps that company that you burned, or that building that you burned, was an attractive part of our history. That company building or property that you burned could have brought in money, to our country. So we don't want to be known for people who are violent people. So I just wanted to share that. But I'll be glad to discuss and have share my view on issues today.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. Like you said, remember this Baltimore murder in the cassava patch. There you have it. All right. If anybody planted cassava, think twice before you go in that farm with them. All right. Let me bring you. Anybody do cassava farming? Let me bring you
a free copy of it on the internet, TLC Africa. So I don't know how true that is.
All right, but it's here. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul, it's good to see you, my brother.
Yes, Nathan, good to see you. Good to see everyone. Dr. Richardson. Hey, Conor Kroman, how you doing, bro? How's everything? Not bad. Yeah, so let me first of all chip in on the Mark Gibby and Maryland thing. Mark Gibby, Maryland was just lucky with the play to beat Bapolu. They have a good home team, but the team is inexperienced. If you watch how they played, they were struggling, and Bapolu actually just gave them that game. Bapolu had a goalkeeper who did not know a position. In the last corner kick, 2 minutes into the game, he go to stand to receive a ball from the first post while he left the back post empty. So that ball just went through, and he struggled to get it back. It was late. I think they're going to find it tough against Grand Jita. Grand Jita has a very experienced team. So let's look to see what their game will be coming up to. And as far as Lofa and Mark Gibby, that's another challenging game. Lofa has a very strong midfield and fast forward. So Mark Gibby can utilize the slack in Lofa defense. Lofa has some slack, blundering defenders. So if Mark Gibby is actually smart, they can make use of that. So I think the 4 teams in the league are very good teams, and we're looking forward to what the outcome will be. As far as politics is concerned, Liberia is always trending. And somebody asked me, Paul, why you don't discuss any positive thing on Spoon? And like everything we discuss is positive, maybe not to your takings, but we discuss stuff that really are meaningful and are interesting to the Liberian life, to the survivability of Liberians. All of the issues we discuss are all relevant issues. As they unfold, we discuss them. Liberia does well. We all praise Liberia. Nobody comes from a country that would bewitch that country. You don't want a country you have everything in, and then you sit and talk ill about it. I don't think you are a patriot when you do that. We all love Liberia very much, but that does not compromise, where we point out to show where Liberia could improve, where Liberia could do well. So when you hear us discuss the issues and, some of the challenges, and we point them out, we do that out of love. And that's what this media does. And we really appreciate everyone who, participate in the process, all of the listening audience and people who contribute toward the conversation. It is a civic society. Liberia now is not Liberia like 1986 when there was no internet. So, we will continue to look through the scopes of transparency to see, where government is performing. Government does well, we clap for government in that regard. Government slacks in one area, we say, hey, government, you've been doing well on this side, but you need to update, you need to improve your doing on the other side. I don't see anything wrong with that, So I'm here, and we really appreciate this platform we have. Let's make it great. It's good to see all of you.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Again, Bapolu team say you guys didn't pay them. You're owing them, so they didn't play well. We had the video. I was waiting for you. I will play the video. I want you to see. Is that how you would say, well, they only beat us because of X, Y, and Z? I'm hearing you saying that America only won an election and he beat you because of X, Y, and Z. But we'll come to it. Conor Gray, please come in real quick before the man says something.
No, it's not allowed to talk. I think I'm sometimes I tend to tune into the county meet, but I think that one of the rallying points for Liberians, and I wish we, besides sports, we'll have other ways in which Liberians can rally. pretty much around the country. But this is an extension of tribalism, so of course you have them paying attention. So if you ask me, I would say if we move away from that tribalistic tendency, yeah, the man talking about Buffalo County because he's attached there. He didn't talk about the essence of the county meat itself. He's talking sporadically about his county, which is his right. But if you ask me, I would say maybe we should use this as a rallying point to bring Liberians together because we're extremely divided, and we'll have to find a way to come together as a country. And maybe sports will be the rallying point, but if we can go beyond that, that would be great. The president probably and his folks need to find somebody to talk for them. I see sometimes they're chiggling and hoping that somebody will speak on their behalf. Look, it's not the responsibility. You have the Minister of Information. You have one guy, LBS, who's been yapping all over the place. Those are the individuals who get talking for you. We will, for love of country, probably chime in 1 or 2 times, but hey, we can't chew your pepper. Send your folks to do it for you. Good to see you, AB. Yep.
Thank you, Connor. Nice seeing you, man.
Yeah, my brother.
I like the jacket.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Connor.
I can say hi to you and welcome to Spoon, Connor AB Krumah. So sorry. Welcome to Spoon.
Sir, thank you very much. It's been a little while.
Yes.
Connor AB, thank you very much. We are here because of information from the code. We saw you. You in the darkness, oh, your LDC gone? Brother Fadiga. It will come back.
The network was. So I'm okay here. It's okay.
Bro, Fadiga, it's better. If you can hear us, you gotta go for your start. It's very bad, Fadiga.
Let me go out and come back.
Yeah, do that. All right, so let's welcome you, Connor AB Krumah. It's good having you. A lot of stuff since the president came out with his announcement, replacing you, replacing Bauko, replacing Fadiga. And again, here we are. When that big charges came up on, how you call it, gentleman, original Japan, we follow the story. Oh, God. We follow the story. At the end of the day, guess what happened today? The verdict came through. And the man going to go to jail. The Spoon Network was there. We wrote a story on it. We wrote it online. But talk to us. How did we get here, AB? Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasing pleasure once again. We got here through government functionality. We found ourselves I'm a government functionary, so there's nothing I can do when I've had the opportunity, when there's the opportunity to serve this country. I've done it almost 35 years. And when you're called by the president to serve, it's one of the most enviable tasks that you must perform as a citizen of this country. And that's what I've done. In the process, every time I'm out of government, I go to my private initiative, I put it up, I do the service-oriented functions. So we got here because when you avail yourself for public service, you have to be willing to get fired or to get hired or to be promoted. And at this level, we will have no qualms with regards to what the president's decisions were. And that's why since then, I've not spoken about it. And I just let the president's will to be what it is. He has Article 56? Yeah, you can hire and fire. So, and that's what we do. The merit of the investigation is something that I will leave to history. The president has the right to publish it. The day the president or some historical event happened and the document is published, our vindication will be apparent. People will see that every stuff that was said about us was done with different malice aforethought, and that will be exposed. So I'm not going to bother myself with regards to what it is. The president is our president. he hired me. I went to the confirmation hearing. I was confirmed by pretty much almost 99% of the Senate. So we basically found ourselves in a situation where a presidential decision affected us. And so that's what it is. We take it like that. But the issue with regards to the issue of Japan, that is to show exactly our effectiveness, why A.B. Kumar was hired in the government in the first place. The president had a drug issue. President ran on drugs. Drug was his primary objective. And he hired a former Deputy Inspector General of Police, a former Chief of Staff of the AFL, to come and help. And he says to me in his office, so look, I know you had some other option for yourself, but this is what I want you to do right now. I want you to come and help with our drug problem. We have issues, our kids are dying, and the country is actually yearning for some leadership in the drug situation. We want to utilize the Operation Pro you have and bring about some difference in our drug problem. And I took that challenge. I brought in a few guys to come and help. And when the issue of Japan happened, the guys that brought on board, they had not been confirmed yet, so they basically did not participate in that particular arrest. So I will not assign any credit to them for that situation, because everybody does it. So it's A.B. Kumar who ran it, who were not around. So it is his situation to solve. But Chief, just so you know, I ran drug situation when I was director of the CID. I arrested the ADC airline here. I impounded the ADC airline. Conor Gray can attest to that. We impounded the ADC airline, and we had to go to Nigeria. We arrested drugs at the Murtala Mohammed Airport as well. So the issue of drugs is not strange to us. So because I was the only confirmed director at the time, I decided to get few guys who I had interviewed and I trusted to actually come and provide some leadership in the drug issue. We recruited some intelligent guys mixed with the professional guys so as to do static and moving surveillance on that issue. When I got to find out that Japan was a drug ban, he was actually running the situation in the Bushu Island, I was shocked because I knew him to be a business guy. He ran spare part business, but only found out that he was the guy running the drug situation in the whole of Bushu Island. He was the guy receiving drugs from the guys from Sierra Leone and other places. I was surprised. And so we went to work, got guys, regular guys we knew, we interviewed, we took guys that we thought were not clean, we excluded them, and guys we thought that will work assiduously to actually get to the bottom of what we wanted to do, we brought them on board. And it was meticulous because I wanted to make sure we went by the book. I wanted to make sure that the guys we're selecting, our intelligence will protect the custodial relationship with regards to the evidence we have. I wanted the evidence to be properly managed. And so I basically put my trust in few guys because I had already gotten intelligence that Japan actually were running the DEA few storage. The generator were being run by Japan to a certain extent. So that's how dirty it was. So I said, well, if that's the case, we'll go outside of the DEA arrangement. We got a few guys from the DEA who are sworn officer, and we got some other intelligent officers from other agencies to actually run it. And so we went to work. And at the end of the day, we realized that after a few times, we realized that actually Japan was indeed a drug peddler. And he was the guy victimizing our people. He was one of the guys who was running the largest Kush program in our country. And so I made it my duty, spending my own money sometimes, in most cases, because I didn't have a budget. We talked to a few guys. I told them, look, I don't have a budget to support you guys. You go sit to this guy's place for the whole day. You surveillance, keeping surveillance. The whole day. The guy, I had a kid who stayed there for almost a week. He was monitoring, moving people coming in and out of the area, and eventually found out that when I got the last intelligence, the actionable intelligence that this guy was the drug man, we decided to organize search warrant. And to organize the search warrant, you cannot just go to the sitting magistrate to say, look, I need a search warrant. Because I was actually thinking both sides of my head now, thinking that if I went to this guy who is the sheriff, I mean, who is the magistrate, there's the possibility that this guy is also compromised in certain way. So we have to be very tactical, and very careful in selecting actually how we got to get the search warrant. Because when you get a search warrant, before you get there, before getting to the incident, you'd have actually been exposed. So the guys we had already keeping surveillance, we made sure that they were there. We had a static and moving surveillance with them. And then before we went to ask the search warrant. But before the search warrant came in, the guys, he was already serving people with drugs who were intelligent officer. He was basically controlling, telling them, how many kilos you get a guy, how many grams. He was also selling from his house. So eventually that became a point of action. So when the sheriff came in, we were already on top of most of the stuff, and that's what made it successful. And we started to search all of the places. And I came
so
up
let's pause for a minute, and we'll give you a chance to explain about Original Japan. I want to welcome again everyone. Thank God that we have Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, welcome. Fundera Patrick, Gibson Jeru. We see that Fadiga is in and out. We hope his internet serves him well. It's good to have all of you, our fellow Liberians. We are listening to Conan A.B. Kraman, our former LDEA director. You know the story. We're going to be able to discuss everything. We are here today because we need to know exactly. But one good news, Original Japan is not on the street. He was convicted, he was sentenced, and he's now in South Beach. Wherever you find yourself, we just want to announce to you that the fight on drugs is very, very important. It's paramount. And that's what we're going to dig into LDA, dig into the records, dig into AB. AB, let me start with my question, and then we're going to bring in Dr. Richardson next. Paul Kennedy will follow, Conan Gray, Uncle Sam, and then Patrick, then Gibson Jerry, till we can have UJ Hassan Fadiga on. AB, the whole drugs things, the whole investigation, please tell us what you can tell us, and don't tell us what you are not allowed to tell us. But what most people heard with the Original Japan, right? Most people heard that you had this special relationship with him. He was your mechanic. You used to take your car there. So you must have known that this guy was operating. He was one of the biggest operators when you talk about drugs in the country.
You know, to be honest with you, I like most guys who interacted with Japan, saw him to be somebody who was he just put the face he put up was that he was this guy who was going to Japan. That's how he called himself Original Japan. So he bring original spare parts. So if you have vehicles like me, carry on transportation, doing other stuff, you want to make this guy the primary guy who will supply you with spare parts. Before this whole process, I still ran the palace security. So I have some vehicles I was running up and down. So most of the spare parts were coming in from somebody who I thought were reliable. That's the only thing I knew him to be doing, to be selling spare parts, original spare parts from Japan. Until when I became DEA director, and by that time I didn't have access to intelligence. I didn't have much of the hardcore intelligence I provided to a guy like me. But when I was appointed, I started getting intelligence from different sources. That this guy here is not who he is. So I said, well, what do you mean by that? He said, no, this guy is not a clean guy. He's a dirty guy. Matter of fact, the guy, he supplied most of the guys in the fuel. I said, really? I said, I don't believe it. The guy who first came to me and I said, no, this is not factual. I can't deal with this. You can't lie to me. The guy said, Chief, wash it. This is point A, point B, point C. and I start to monitor that process. So the intelligence that was coming in, intelligence start to come.
So let me hear you real quick now. You knew him prior to you knew him prior to you taking over DEA.
Yes, sir.
But you knew him as a mechanic.
No, not as a mechanic, as a spare parts salesman.
Spare parts salesman. Okay, so you had a relationship with him, but till you got into the system, you didn't know his operation. Am I correct? Okay.
No, think about him. I only knew the big guys who brings in original spare parts from Japan. And most guys knew that. He actually interacted with all of us from that perspective, from the viewpoint where he actually supply you with spare parts, and he was a good guy. And I thought he was just that kind of guy.
He's your friend. He was your friend, or whatever the case may be. You, I believe, testified against him. You went ahead and pointed out evidence and cooperated. Now he's going to jail. How do you feel?
I feel very good. I feel very good. You have one bad guy off the street. Our kids are dying. I'm the most happiest man today to find Gala, Japan. At some point in time, when I realized when all the technicians were going through, I start to be skeptical that there will be a guy on the street who is a drug peddler, who basically is very tactical in his actions, who evaded the plain view of a lot of us until when I got the stick on him that this guy was a drug peddler, I put all of my gear together, and I will personal in my intelligence collection. We start to collate the intelligence. We started to actually get some functional, actionable intelligence. And today, I tell you the truth, I think Liberians must be happy that we have Livingstone and the rest of the government prosecutors around. I watched the fact that they went all out to get this guy off and to get a guy off the street. And I think we have a very good story to tell our children.
Thank you. Let me bring you Dr. Richardson. Let's allow the other folks to ask you questions. Folks, we'll be here with AB. Again, we're going to be rough because, AB, we miss him whenever he leaves. So when he comes, we got to hold him, we got to squeeze him, and we got to take him into the cassava patch. Dr. Richardson.
Call it cassava business. Kana Ibrahim, many people doubted your ability to work with the legal system to convict Original Japan. They thought because you did business with him, that he was your friend. So I remember you being on the show and telling us to some extent, just watch out, from when you went to the case, to the court before. And of course, this man was saying that your raid against him was you're retaliating because you did business with him. I remember reading about that. But you must feel a good sense of victory today for the Liberian people. What do you say to people who doubted you, who thought that this guy, you did business with him because he was somehow a friend to you, that you weren't going to go after him? What message are you sending to the Liberian people who are involved with drugs?
This conviction today, and the happiness that I have right now is first to the naysayers, the guys who thought that this was just one guy who's going to go back on the street. This is from me to them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't underestimate the will of a guy who was committed himself to fight drugs. To the guys who thought, who will send anyone knows who send gossip, the guys will say, don't wait, don't worry about it. This guy, the truth will come. Just wait, the facts will come. Well, the facts has come. Japan is convicted by the preponderance of evidence that was provided against him. He's going to go to jail for it. And this is good for the criminal justice system. This is good for our legal system. This is good for the peace-loving people. This is good for the family, the parents who have had the kids dying from drugs. They got the kush, they got all kind of drugs coming up. These are guys who facilitated. Japan was wanting this pen while he was in jail. That's how heinous it is. And this is a guy who served as Robin Hood, sit in that particular neighborhood. And look, this for me is good for the Liberian people. I can tell all of you, all of the naysayers, that look, we have victory for our country, have victory for law enforcement, victory for our security sector.
Sure. Thank you.
And I can never be. I'm never proud. I just wish my dad was alive.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. My
if I never left anything at the DEA today, you can see we are vindicated by what we were hired to do. And the rest of the political thing, the rest of the stuff that took us out of the DEA, I'm sure it's not ineffective that took me out of the DEA. Today you realize that I was doing something great at the DEA.
Sure. My second question to you, that, and I'm glad you said the last line, that it's not ineffectiveness that took you out of the DEA. So if the president was to call you, and would you go back to another agency? Would you go to work for this government? Number one. And number two, what agency do you have thoughts about working with besides the LW?
I wish I had the opportunity, Dr. Fonsi, to actually decide and tell the president, look, I'd like to go back to this. I have a master's degree in criminal justice with emphasis in police administration. I have another master's degree in HR with emphasis in performance analysis. I have another master's degree in education with emphasis in curriculum development. So I've gotten a couple of other certificates around. My qualification, and I come from John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Even though there were some people winning these things around, I come from the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. I also come from Seton Hall University. I also work for the Superior Court of New Jersey. I work as an investigator in the Superior Court of New Jersey. I work as a probation officer for the Superior Court of New Jersey. So those are just my credentials coming out of the United States. My credentials in Liberia, I serve as Chief of Staff in the Internal Government. I serve as Deputy Commissioner of Maritime for Administration. I serve as Director of CID. I serve as Deputy Inspector General of Police for Operational Liberia National Police. So those are my resume, and I can put it to you, and they can be verified. But I wish I had a chance to do that. But when
you had a chance to go back to government, and what area would you like to work in? Like what area? If you had the chance.
Dr. Francis, I'm giving the resume so you can tell exactly that I'm a versatile guy when it comes to service to this country. I've worked all those places, but listen, it is a privilege to work, to be called by the president to work. I want all of us to understand that. It is a privilege. And for me, I've always availed myself for that process. I run a very successful business right now, which I'm very happy. I'm very satisfied with it. But when it comes to service to government, it's something that all of us will have to avail ourselves. This is our country. This is the only country we can be deported from. This is the country. And I've always availed myself for service, irrespective of all of the difficulties.
Thank you, Colonel Kerman. Colonel Kerman, you have the producer there, Nelson. Is he in there?
No, he just ran out to take it something with the security.
Okay. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul.
Thank you, Senator. Good evening, Connor. It's always good to share this platform with you. Let me bring you back to a few years ago, right? There was $100 million worth of drugs that was claimed or alleged arrested in Liberia. Although we did not, no one told us the quantity, they only told us the monetary value, right? But $100 million in any commodity, US dollar is a lot of commodity. That's to my understanding. Was this Japan guy in any way whatsoever linked to that, drug fund in the street of Monrovia?
You talking about the $100 million case?
Yes, sir.
Well, when the $100 million case was on, I was out of government then. But one good thing I know, there are a lot of once you're a drug dealer, man, you always in the know of most of these drugs situations, because even though that drug was just a transit drug, it was just a transit drug. But I can tell you that drug dealers, they're as bad as they can be, and any opportunity they have to actually get a hold of these things, they will do it. But my focus was not on that. I was going after the $100 million case for a different reason, different purpose. My case with this guy, when I studied him, when I got to realize what he was one of the most dangerous drug dealers you can find in our country history, because he built an empire. You had drug department, you had several places where you can get And that's one of the reasons why he was convicted. He was convicted of 14.94, managing the property that you carry drugs. So at the end of the day, his process was a little dangerous than most of the guys who were there, because he was dealing coach, he was dealing cocaine, he was dealing Italian white. So you had guys managing those things, and the intelligence actually saw him doing command and control. And those are some of the information that I provided for the court disposition.
So pretty much he was a huge distributor.
He was a huge distributor, huge one. And he did it as Robin Hood. He did it by paving the road, paying people school fees. At the same time, when we brought Japan out of his house, everybody was like yelling. I mean, you saw the video. The citizens were just completely baffled and bamboozled by all means of characterization. And I was shocked. If you saw the video, when I realized that this guy was the guy that we actually interacted with a couple of months back then, I'm like, who are you? I mean, I didn't have my feeling. Right. I didn't even know exactly what it was, because he carried all of us like a bunch of stupid people. And I'm not alone in that. Most of the guys found that actually saw him to be who he was. He was just somebody who actually took all of us. And for him to be convicted today by our court system, I think it is victory for.
No doubt, it's a good thing for us, Connor. Final question. Let me ask you. You've been out of government for 9 months now.
Yes, sir.
If you look back to yesterday, while you were in government, to what we have currently in the DEA sector, what would you say, Connor? Is the sector doing well? There are room for improvement? Is it a challenge? How could you help us with the sector now?
There will all be room for improvement, but you see, you can't do what we call in America Monday morning quarterbacking. When you find yourself, not in government, the situation and conditions and the mindset and the understanding that we will have, my people so might not have that, and the people and the way in which he's managing might not be the same set of circumstances. So I can't basically tell him. He's never spoken to me. He's never called me. Now my people are walking from the same part of Nimba County. So, but he hasn't reached to me, maybe because of the death of our papa. So everybody been busy. But I'm sure when he settle down, he will call my attention. Since I'm the immediate past director of the DEA, he will call me and say, "Look, begin consider. Tell me how we do this. We'll do it." But now he know I have a conviction on my sleeve. He will now call me to say, "Look, this is what it is. How do we get to this stuff?" And we'll provide our own information to him.
Good answer.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I see you all your online. No. Conor Gray, it's your turn. After Conor Gray, I've already called the list. Go ahead, Conor Gray.
Yeah.
Director, Security 101, always check your surrounding, clear the environment before you make the move.
That's right.
Otherwise, you could have the spy who loved me, right, as the enemy within. So what could you have done differently with all the folks?
I thought it's a scary movie.
What would you do differently to make sure that your surrounding is clear and not having, the enemy like the guy convicted today? Or what would you have done differently? Because this guy was one of your biggest targets, and you did not even know it was a spy within the system, spy, who loves you. What would you have done differently, or what would you do differently in the future?
I tell you this, Conor Gray. After this situation happened, to be honest with you, we went ahead to do what we call tactical retreat for better balance.
Yes.
We readjusted our peripheral, horizontal, and vertical views, and we start to look at people that we close to it, and I start to go beyond the Japan situation. And I ordered a complete assessment of the whole spare part market, and I went beyond that. I went to almost, and I'm not going to give you those tactics and techniques that we did, but actually what we did tactical adjustment. And that tactical adjustment, it went beyond Monrovia into Maryland, went to River G, where we got most of the drugs we had. We went to Grand Gide in the gold mine, where we got most of the drugs that we arrested at that point in time. So there was adjustment, and that adjustment paid very well. And I think what could be done right now, there has to be a situation of adjustment. And I've had the opportunity to meet the big brother at the DA. I probably pass on some of my own understanding as to how we can proceed so as to get this stuff up. I mean, this is easy. It's not a rocket science. The folks are there. We just have to ask for more money and ask the guys to provide additional logistical support.
So, what would you have done differently?
What would I have done?
What would you have done differently that you could not do yesterday when you were director? What did you do?
Consider all my circumstances.
In terms of the internal dynamics.
Just 1 second. Let me get it, guy. Let me get something quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have A.B. Kromah. A.B. Kromah, again, as you all know, the former LDEA director. It's good to have him. Folks, we will say thank you for following us, but please do not insult. There's no reason to use those things. So we will just ban you when you insult. We'll ban you because it's just unnecessary. We are not fighting each other. We just, say your own, I say my own. That's the best thing we can do. It's good to have Vendetta Patrick while AB, we're waiting for AB. Let me squeeze Vendetta Patrick in because our brother Asido said he own. Vendetta, this flyer is up. You're on the flyer. What say you? Real quick.
Yeah, so it's a good thing, CEO, while we're waiting. Mike Gibby qualified for the semi-final. Mike Gibby has been one of those countries that was overlooked. And for the fact that we defeated Nimba County, that is considered to be the nightmare in the national continent. And several Liberians have been reaching out. How do we support the country? As you can see on the flyer, you see a very young man, Mr. Wena. As a matter of fact, he came from Kakata, a big brother Tuku Wena. He used to play in LAG. Very brilliant man. He lives in the United States. The number you see there is his Zelle and Cash App, the American number, his Zelle and Cash App. Support the country. The two numbers below, it comes from the Mike Gibby Sports Association. My number is not there. We are there asking Liberians, both home and abroad, wherever you are. We are playing Lofa on Thursday, not tomorrow. And you saw how Mike Gibby dismantled, scattered, and defeated Nimba County. That is a clear indication that Mike Gibby is no match in this tournament. We understand the president comes from Lofa County, and you can just imagine the financial power. So we are just asking, let me just say this tonight. The vice president of the Republic of Liberia have to decide. He comes from Nimba, he's a resident of Mike Gibby. The chief justice is a resident of Mike Gibby. All those top government officials who are resident of Mike Gibby, specifically District Number 1, Mike Gibby County, Marshall, we are asking you to support the country team. And CEO, I told you, I say, if Nimba defeated me, I was eating fire cool. Live. I don't say something if I don't have trust in this team.
So we will continue with that announcement. We have the cornerback, Colonel A.B. Kromah. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much.
Interesting. Can you ask your second question, Colonel Gray, or was that your second question?
No, I was just asking what could you have done differently because, among others, there were allegations.
No, that's also a PR question I'm asking, right?
Among others, you also take to be
nice.
Huh?
That Jeremy. Go ahead. But I can tell you that for free though.
No, what I was going to say, even you were accused of involvement in drug activity. So among
I
that,
agree.
consider that question while you're answering what you could have done differently.
I agreed, and that's one of the reasons why the vindication, when this guy was convicted, the first and foremost, when the guy was arrested, besides this guy being arrested, there were other major drug dealers that were arrested. And if we had any inclination, just so you know, I'm an Alhaji. I went to Mecca. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke drugs. I don't even smoke cigarette. And these kind of money don't mingle in what I earn. My earnings is far from this. So those are just lies. Those are tactics to derail people. I didn't take them seriously, to be honest with you. I'm sure guys like you know me from my AFL Chief of Staff days. You saw me. You saw me when I was director of CID. You saw that. I went to Nigeria to arrest drugs at the Murtala Mohammed Airport. You saw that. So for somebody this hot day to come and say, oh, yeah, Abe Command, you got drug dealer friends. No, that's lie. And the conviction today is the testament of that rebellious accusation that was put up. But I can tell you that for free, though. Good Liberians, like the old Marine that is looking at me, and the Vandela Patriots who are there with doing his activist time, and Gibson there. So the guys will know exactly what I do. And Kennedy, so I got witnesses to prove my character. I don't need naysayers to make these innuendos and sit down and lie them to prevail. The guys who those lies were being made to knew very well that Ibi Kuman was far from those things. If I was a corrupt guy, I would not be there standing. You can accuse me of anything, but not corruption and not crime.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Chief. We have to squeeze all of our time in. It's really important because we want to get there. Let me bring in Uncle Sam, then we'll come back to Vandela Patrick. Uncle Sam, welcome, sir.
Yeah, Abby, how you doing? Abby, first of all, I just want to say that I didn't like the manner in which you are removed from the DEA. The tip clearly showed there was gross insubordination by your underlings. I mean, trying to take weapons in your office, and you said you don't want weapons, and they continue to insist. And the fact that they took you out of there, which almost impacted your professional career. You've done a lot of work. I knew you from a young age. But let me just ask you a question. The drug is the number one, as far as I'm concerned, health emergency in the country and also security risk. Okay. What do you see, or do you think we are paying enough attention to this national scourge? You think all of us are investing in enough time and energy? And do you think the Barker administration is doing all it can to mobilize the resources to make it? Because I mean, since you left, we don't even hear about drug. Maybe they do something on the ground and work, but we don't hear anything about it. So, what is it that you think that we ought to do as a country to robustly deal with this national scourge?
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. I think what has to be done, what we have to look at here as a people, and this is not, I don't want this to be a government issue. I think as a society, we've negated our role and we put that one side. And every time you talk about the support to the DEA, people try to bring competing priorities. People start to talk about, well, there's the health care, there's the Ministry of Youth, there's a lot of other stuff. But drugs, basically, most especially where we are right now in our country, is dealing with the young people, is dealing with our future generation. I think we have to face it. We have to face it with valor, with an approach that basically will give all of us the urge to actually provide the level of support that they deserve. We're not getting that right now. I think I'm not going to accuse only the Barker administration. I will go back to the internal government, starting from the internal government to Mr. Weah. we have to look at the man. This whole process, the man, it started from the whole war and faction situation, started from the war. And the remnants of the war basically left these things with us. And I can take you back to history. I can take you back to the role of the UN, that they didn't play the role they should have played, the rehabilitation, the reintegration. Those components, the DDR component, were not particular about the individual that was affected by the war. Now, not the guys who are even fighting. Most of the guys who are affected today walking the street, they were not the guys fighting, but the absence of parents, the absent parents basically left a lot of situation for them. There was no support system. You know, in criminal justice, there's something called, there's a theory called the routine activity theory, where crime will happen when you have the absence of a capable guardian. Capable guardian basically will be people who will oversee the activity of the protection of the particular assets that has to be protected. Now, today we have our kids who are left alone without supervision. They find themselves not having the requisite parenting skill, parents there to mind and to guide them. So they go astray. Now, most of the drugs that you find today, they basically finding themselves in our major schools. And most of the ones you find in these abandoned cases that we found in the street that have no parents on the streets. So it's a difficult situation that we have. And I think Liberia, we must, as a people, put enough money, more money, forget about our competing priority, because when the future of our country is damaged as it is, there was the UN report that spoke to the percentage of the victimization of our citizens. And if we don't check it now, it's going to affect the future of our country. So it's not just one-sided situation. I think we have to give some holistic approach towards it. We have to spend a little bit of our money into providing rehabilitation. We have to reorientation. I mean, orientate our folks to actually think differently. And basically, a lot of money is not being spent that way. It is spent on other things that we consider priorities. But
my second question is this: I was born on a spot that is not a ghetto. The first time I took my wife to Liberia, went to the spot, we saw this open tent. It's just bizarre, and this is not just the only place in Liberia. It's all over the country. I went to Plebo, went to all over the place. With this proliferation and this endemic, this pandemic that we have, or this epidemic, just this drug epidemic in our country, what do you think that social planners and other people can do to find some money, to find professionals at all levels to make a serious dent in rehabilitation? I mean, I was on drugs in the 80s, and one of my Jewish friends, the late Jerry Schnitzer, he paid like at that time like $10,000. I'm going to spend 30 days in a rehab in Orlando, Florida, right? And rich people have the thing, but the relapse rate is very high. So what do you think that we can do as a society to ratchet up the fight against drug by like several notches in terms of the rehabilitation and the reintegration, but of course you and I know the DDRR field, but just answer the question of what do you think we can do robustly on the rehabilitation aspect of that, of the drugs?
We need guys like you with the experience that you have. You've gone through this process again. We need, but on the overall, we need government, not just our friends, our partners. They have the resources. We do not have the resources right now. I think that a lot has to be done. We have to do metamorphosis. We have to go through ourselves. We basically have to go within ourselves and start to recreate and look at where we are as a people, where we've left out the shortcomings that we had from the crisis that we've had. We need government to not just put in money. We need expertise. We need experts to come and provide that leadership, tutelage, so that we find ourselves in making a strive in getting to the folks. The rehabilitation, the kids that are on the street there, they need rehabilitation program. They need the plan they need right now is, first and foremost, my understanding at the time when I came on board was make sure deal with the guys that are there, rehabilitate them. I wasn't forcefully going after enforcement at the time. Well, what I did, I divided the situation and stopped the inflow of drugs from all of those places that were coming in, but then start to deal with rehabilitation because I didn't want to start to enforce when in fact the kids are still smoking here. We succeeded gradually bending the curve. Then before we start to go after guys like Japan and other people. But as we were doing that, well, the rest is history. But I can tell you what has to be done. Government, not just the executive, the judiciary. I had the opportunity to speak with the Supreme Court Chief Justice and members of the associate justices and the circuit court judges. I got that support, and they said to me, "Maybe all the drugs law you have here, we will support it, we enforce it to the letter." And I got that commitment, and they show it in a turn. I've traveled the country. Lately, I just came from the southeast. I went to River G, I went to Maryland, I went to all the places. What I'm seeing there is dangerous, it's bad. We have to rehabilitate our kids. We have to focus some money in rehabilitation. We have to focus money on basically sending out the signal as to what to be done with regards to guys who are not yet into the process.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel A.B. Kerman. Let me bring in Fundetta, Patrick. Fundetta?
CEO, let me state clearly that I'm now also happy with the removal of AB as LDA boss. I stated that emphatically clear. He was a victim of circumstances. As a public sector administrator, a directive was issued. Don't come in my office with arm, apparently because of the heated debates that often took place in those places, his office. And for someone to challenge such a decision, that landed them to where they are today, I think that was an oversight on the part of the president. He's a victim. He did not react. He kept calm. Trust me. Imagine if it was during the days of Taylor and director say, don't come here with arm, and you walk in with arm. That is a potential threat, and it will land us different place. But AB, you were accused of conniving with drug dealers in this country, including Japan. Was there any point during the prosecution where Japan confessed that he did business with you, or perhaps you facilitated some of his movements? Was there any point in that during the investigation or prosecution? If so, what was the position of your defense lawyers?
And that's the irony. And I kudos for your support, but basically the views and aspiration of the chief executive is something that I live with the whims and caprices of what the president wishes are. As a public servant and as a government functionary, be that as it may, the issue of Japan and the outlandish comment with regards to my complicity is something that I refuse to give credence to, because it's, for lack of a better word, is stupidity, is out of people perception to create a sense of pariah for a guy like me. But records, I'm an open book. When I served as 102, you saw it. I served as director of CID, you saw it. For somebody to come this hot day, this lit day, broad day, like they 12 o'clock in the night, to say A.B. Kerman has got some criminal intent, but most especially to be connected to drug. It was stupid, for lack of a better word again. But then went to court. Matter of fact, this is the mistake. This is how sorry I was with this Japan legal team. They subpoenaed me to come and speak for them, with the understanding that, look, A.B. Kerman, he's pissed off, government suspended him, he's not happy with government. Let's bring him so he can debunk some of these stories we had. That was a big mistake. So they had nothing else but to bring me to regurgitate the facts that we express on the document that we had. No, they had nothing to explain as to my complicity, as to my conniving. There's nothing, because it's not there. It wasn't there, but this was something created by naysayers who wanted to see A.B. Kurma look bad. And because A.B. Kurma is this guy who, perception-wise, is this tough guy who has been around. So let's say something. That's the only thing we can say to bring him down is to say that he's a drug dealer. There's nothing else for that. That was what it was all about. They just say it, put it out there, let him try to defend it. And I refused to defend it because I thought it was stupidity. I thought it didn't have any sense. I thought it didn't have any basis. So, because the idea was to put something there. Matter of fact, you have people here, you have people telling you, say, matter of fact, I didn't even graduate from John Jay. You have people telling you that the guy didn't even go to, the guy did not work for the Superior Court of New Jersey. There are people who are saying that here. So the idea was to put it up so that I can be on the defensive to do it. But I didn't bother. I come from the Universal Library, and these are the argument, we champion. So I didn't bother about it. So it was never there. It never happened. So
thank you. I just want to
the point is doing the investigation.
Why you shouting?
Japan said maybe assisted me as well, and what was the position?
Never. Zero. It never happened. Never. They never appear. They subpoenaed me to come and speak to something that basically allowed me to regurgitate the facts that was there. And
maybe let me ask you a question, then Fadiga will come in with a second question. This is what was happening. Fadiga, you're coming with a second question, please. On the data that you appear, AB, right there. No, not this one. We have the photo, but on the data you appear, this was written in one of the dailies. AB Kurma returned $375,000. The question that you should return the money, you owe this money, and can you talk to us about this? I think to Vendetta Patrick question, and then VP will come in with his next question.
Okay, listen, and this particular one, I researched it. It came from Fadiga, little thing created, and to put it up. It was never brought into the courtroom. It was something created by them, by the kid who used to be
wait. So the judge didn't ask you. Nobody asked you about $375,000.
Zero. Like I said, zero. Zip. Nada. Nobody asked about it. This was a PRO situation to continue the demonization of A.B. Kurma. This came from a guy who carried himself as the PRO for Fadiga at the DA. He's the editor for this particular stuff. I mean, it was shameful. And this is a young kid who I encouraged to come. He wanted to come and work for me, but the DA, but I already gotten the press people there to me. I said, "Look, German, wait for the budget to pass." But when I look, he entered to Fadiga office, and then I saw him organizing or running one this I don't know the name of this newspaper. They run this online stuff, and basically they carry the $375,000. It never happened in under George Dixon. Never, nobody ever asked me. And so to put that up just to confuse the public, and so but I refused to answer to it because it never came up in the hearing. George Dixon did not bring it up. Nobody, when I was subpoenaed, nobody brought it up. So it was just a way of trying to demonize. But sometimes the facts will always prevail over lies and deceptions. Guys, let me tell you something. Listen, the guys who come lately, they don't know how we got to where we are. They don't know the service we rendered. And so they wanted to have to measure up as to where we find ourselves. They come with these kind of things just to demonize you, to create a sense of confusion in the minds of the people. AB Kurma to $375,000 to carry where? For what? On what purpose? You want to know how much money I got in my bank account?
Can you come up with the next question, Vendetta, please?
Yeah. So AB, I was deeply concerned when you took over as LDA boss. People, extended relative, friends, professional colleagues, you know, that you were very close to, realized that you arrested many of those very close to them that were involved in drugs.
Yep.
For example, the likes of Musa Benete's son. Where did you get that extra motivation? And how far are those cases apart from Japan?
Well, Musa Benete's son, I can tell you this. Now, this is some of the things that debunk some of the nonsense that he got put up. Musa Benete's son, Musa is my cousin. Musa and myself grew up together, playing marble, riding bike, everything together. When we were all about maybe 5 years old, 6 years old. We started playing Conway and Uganda, in between those 2 towns, those 3 towns. So his kids, somebody who lived with Musa, supposed to be somebody who I'm affiliated and associated with. But when I realized there was some information about drugs with him, I ordered the arrest. And when he was arrested, when I wanted to go see him, they told me the intelligence guy was that one white man is actually running drugs. When they found out, it is this kid called, what's his name? Peach. Name is Peach Berede. So when I got to see him, like, Uncle Abi, I'm like, I just heard the light-skinned person talking on her. I said, we're going to wear man talking, call him my name. When they found out that Peach, but we're doing that. And I told him, why are you doing this? I mean, I was shocked. Jaha was shocked with Japan. But I never hesitated. I said the day he was indicted, he was prosecuted. Because I said to him, your dad will not even allow you to survive this. You will go to jail. He went to jail. And it went to several other people. They went to a guy who brother used to be defense minister or something. We arrested him. I made sure you went to jail. I made sure you were prosecuted. Because this was the only way we can start to cut down the victimization. You cannot be, the best way that I was taught by my instructor, what if you want to be effective in law enforcement, you have to be persistent, consistent, and fair. Once you're persistent, consistent, and fair, you will not be loved by a lot of folks. They will not like you. Most people will not like you. But you will be loved, you'll be appreciated by the system because you're doing the right thing. So Peach going to jail, Japan going to jail, and a few other guys going to jail was my way of trying to show to folks that, look, this is the example we live by in this country. This is the way we will push the drug situation down. When I on ceremonial,
so let me with my last comment.
Thank you very much. We got to run. We'll come back to you. We got to come back to you, Patrick. We got to run.
When I ceremoniously left, I left all the folks in the place there. And the judicial system has promised me that it would not give any of these people any kind of bail. But when I'm out, from the time I was out to where I am now, most of the folks found themselves bail. Most of the guys are out on the street victimizing again.
Thank you, Abi. I'm going to bring in Gibson, Jeru. Gibson?
Yes, my man Gibson, my grandfather brother. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Maybe when you were not here or the other time when the issue came out, I took a specific position. And
yes, sir.
There are 3 reasons why I took the position. The Fadiga brother and myself, we have been fighting more than anybody on the social media. But in this case, I think you made 3 mistakes.
Okay.
The first one, and I want you to clarify if those are not true. The first mistake is before you tell your colleagues, your senior colleagues, your fellow senior colleagues, or people who are your principal deputies, not to bring their sidearm to your office, you must have told them ahead of time. Now when they arrive at your office and say, you can't bring arm into my office. If you inform them ahead of time, and they still
let me hold you right there. Let me hold you right there before you get a second one. The first thing your premise there is wrong. The premise there is wrong. As head of the agency, before the guys came back, when I came on Monday morning, we have meetings Monday morning, and that's something the message went before. When I came in, 8 o'clock in the morning, I put a bulletin on my bowl, on my door, that I will not tolerate weapon in my office before the meeting time. That was
that's
there.
what I wanted to clarify. Thank you
Purely
very much.
communicated.
The reason I said that, AB, the tape we listened to, both of your colleagues on the tape said you should have told them before coming to your office in that tape. So
let me make another clarification. One more clarification. They were not in my office. I had called for a meeting. We had Monday morning meeting every day.
Right.
Every morning, every Monday we had meeting. The other Fediga and myself, we had traveled to Senegal on a conference. So that month, prior to that, there was changes on our listserv, which was not pleasant, which was not positive. We said to them, okay, this time around. Then when I look, I got information that my two deputies were dressed in uniform. They had tear gas, all of this stuff for them. So I said, well, you know what? Today meeting, I will put the bulletin. This is roundabout. The meeting is at 10 o'clock. This is 7:45, 8 o'clock. I put a bulletin on the board. I said to them, I said to everybody, look, there'll be no firearm in my office. My hands on, there'll be no firearm in my office. It is my office, my personal. This is the office that I sit in. And then an auditorium. Now, Jerome, let me just tell you one thing, Jerome. Yeah. This is not the auditorium. This is not the conference room. This is in my office where we normally have meeting. I said there will be no weapon in my office for this particular day. I put the bulletin, was there. It was placarded right in the front of the building. They saw it. Then the next thing you look, got tear gas flying all around the place. And they pushed the guy from the door. Somebody found himself in my office. And the person was disarmed.
Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. I think that clarification was very necessary. The second thing I thought was probably you didn't de-escalate the situation enough. And the de-escalation, you didn't, as a director, and you saw the tension going up, I thought you would have de-escalate and say, you know what, guys, let's forget about the meeting today. Go come back. We'll have a meeting next week.
Okay, another clarification, Joe. Before they came in, the meeting was over. They had gone to the Ministry of Justice to carry a letter of complaint against me. When we had a meeting when they didn't come to the meeting. The two of them didn't come to the meeting. They had left and gone to the Ministry of Justice to deliver a letter. What letter? Letter against A.B. Kubara. So they were never part of the meeting. They were never there. They had left. So the de-escalation part that I'm putting up, when they came into the meeting, somebody told them, so look, the director has a bulletin on the board that nobody bring firearm in. And apparently that's how the other Fadiga came in. And my brother, what other guy name? Bao came in, and you heard on the tape, nobody explained that to you, and the profanity and the stuff like that was raining out. So prior to he coming in there, they have pushed themselves to the door inside my office by spraying the guy who was the gatekeeper, my bodyguard to the gate, sprayed in and pushed the door and went inside the place there with the weapon. And that's how Fadiga was disarmed in my office. The de-escalation was there. It was clear. Well, de-escalated, it's clear. I mean, I told them, no, gentlemen, if you saw the video, I was sitting in my seat. That's how calm I was. Because I felt that in a professional setting, there was no reason to come in there and start to yell when I left specific instruction on my door, not on the auditorium.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We cover 1 hour, some more minute with you. Gibson, you have your last question. I know you squeezed in 3, but you have one last one before I come in. I got to bring in Fadiga.
Actually, what you explained was not in the public glare.
I agree.
And if you listen to the tape, you will not have heard all of this. And I thought he was investigated and he was exonerated. If I didn't see that clearly, you tell me. But I think you were exonerated. My comment is, if he was exonerated, I think the president should not have this missing. Because you can't, what you would do.
But I guess I will interrupt you because the report is not out, except where you're saying that
Well, I saw that. I saw that it was published.
No, wait now, wait Gibson, wait a minute. I beg you. Are you saying the report through the Justice Ministry, you saw it?
I saw a story written that A.B. Nkrumah was exonerated.
Thank you for making the correction. You saw the story, but you didn't see the report.
So the report is off, but the stories will definitely come from the report.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, A.B. Were you exonerated?
I was exonerated. 100%.
Let me finish with this. It's important. The report that which I listen. You. Let me just go to the question. Did the report exonerate you, or you just wrote for story on the newspaper?
The report exonerated me.
Did you see the report?
Yes.
Do you have the report?
I will not answer that question.
Your lawyer has the report?
I'll give you my lawyer number.
Do you believe the newspaper? Do you believe the newspaper that wrote the story that said you were exonerated? You say you believe the newspaper that you were exonerated.
100.
Okay, all right, and listen, and then if you saying that, I mean, we're gonna dig deeper, but let me thank you very much, Gibson, for actually clarifying it.
You can dig deeper than I do. So you start playing small game here. You know exactly. You saw that report. You know that report.
But listen, again, let me say this. It was because of you and the other people saying no, do not preempt the report. What you have is not this, what you have is not that. But if you're saying that the report is up, then we got to be fair with the Liberian people and share what we have.
No, because here's what I know happened. Here's what I know happened, and if you can tell me I'm wrong. The report, according to the reporter I dealt with and the story I read after I read the story, according to the reporter was privileged to see the report.
I know what you're saying, Gibson. Trust me.
Okay, thank you.
And you know what I'm going, because we were told when that thing came up on the 3rd of June, I believe, we were told, wait. The president have to receive it. The president have to give it fine. I came on Spoon. I showed one of the pages of the report, and then all the phone calls started to come in. But let me ask you, Avi. Let me ask you real quick. It's only fair to ask you. You said that they asked you about. No, your 30 seconds, we're going to put that in escrow. Again, let me ask you, AB. I want to put this up real quick. This is the front page, a newspaper. LDA Director Abraham Nkrumah testified in George Obi Japan drugs trafficking case, denounced owing him anything. You said they didn't ask you. Did they ask you and you deny, or did they didn't ask you at all?
All right. Obi asked during the hearing. Obi lawyer said that Obi said to him that I had credited money from him during our days of transaction, that I owe him some money. I didn't pay him. That's what he didn't talk about. He didn't talk. I think he said about $250. He didn't talk about $2,500, something like that. He didn't talk about any drug. This is something happened maybe 5 years or 6 years after to him. And he said, during the transaction, I owe him money and I didn't pay him and blah, blah, which is a lie.
So it wasn't at $375,000.
That was never appeared. That was created, that was concocted, that was orchestrated by these folks, so as to reflect a bad, to demonize the man A.B. Nkrumah.
Let's go deeper in this, and I will bring in my brother Fadika after this. What was the main reason President Bouaka dismissed you? Was it about what took place in your office, like people are saying, or is there something about national security issue connecting you to Guinea, connecting you to the former president, connecting you to the gentleman that turned over to Guinea? What was the actual story? What do you know about those allegations on your name?
And you know, Stanton, I'm a national security actor. This is something I've done. Everybody in the national security scene right now, my 10 in national security, all of them. I can tell you that. And I can tell you this clearly. The president's authority to hire and fire, I cannot circumvent that. All right. And I'm not in the national security setup right now to see what the national security agency has, what the police director.
When you question about Guinea situation?
Zero.
when they call you guys at the Justice Ministry, when you question about incident, about let me finish now, AB, because we have AB. We have document. I'm trying to find it and put it up. It's like under your leadership, LDA was like a time bomb. They went into a national security meeting, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 24. It was all about LDA. Your LDA staff complaining, your involvement with recruiting soldiers or training men in arm, linking them to turn them over to the Guinea National to go and create problem. You were informed. Were you training Liberians to go into Guinea?
You know, and then you repeating the little lies that those guys leak out so as to include AB Kromah into the whole Guinea nonsense.
I mean, you're telling it all right now. We just got to know. That's why I want you to speak on it.
What the heck do I do in Guinea? I'm not Guinea. I've never been to Guinea before. What interest do I have in Guinea? What the guys that they're talking about, that the naysayers who are not members of this particular process, those are guys that we created here to be part of the vote protection unit. They know it. They know it. They know it like ABC. They know exactly those guys. The group, they'll take some picture. Group of people sitting down from my house that seen there that they very government asked me to put together to provide a vote protection unit. That's what we had. They know it. So for them to say,
you were training men to prevent the vote. Is that what you're saying?
Vote. They know it.
Protect the vote. You were training men to protect the vote.
Could have been checking for the government to the very people to help them to sustain them. They are still today. Every day they call them in the need.
Well, I understand, Abby, let come down because it's only important for all to understand. Were you training men, security men, to protect the vote on whose behalf?
I was not training anybody to protect the vote. I was training guys. I put guys together to formulate a strategy as to how to provide some presence for the electoral process. And these are guys that came from, these are guys that operated, that came from the very political, contributing political parties. These are guys that came from the Unity Party. These are guys that came from the ACOP group. These are guys that came from all of those guys that contributed to the Unity Party alliance. Everybody suggested men. Those are the men that we have to coordinate and deploy them to these rural places to provide protection for the vote.
My last question, I got to bring in Fadiga because his internet go wrong. My last question with you on this road, though. The gentleman that was turned over by this government to the junta of ruling government in Guinea, do you know him?
Very well, very well. I know his mother. I know his mother very well. I know his grandfather that was the imam for the mosque here. I know him very well. I know them. But I basically I've had my time with him. So by seeing me with him here, and mind you, I represent the largest Mandingo organization in West Africa, the Jalakamiko and the Biako. They know that very well. The National Security Arrangement know that very well. So this was the way that a bunch of inexperienced guys, sought to align AB Kromah with this thing. Let's find means to keep things out of the security sector. Because most of the guys can stand me in the security sector anyway. My experience, my time is something that they cannot stand. So basically, let's find this thing here. Let's link this guy with this guy. Matter of fact, they orchestrated some email. There was email between me and the kid. They're talking about email between us. The kid is an Arab guy. He doesn't read English. Then they say I got internet relationship with nonsense.
Okay, so I gotta bring in Fadiga. And ladies and gentlemen, we have Kromah, AB Kromah. Tell it all. It's good for him to come. We have Fadiga. Tomorrow we'll be bringing Bawuko and Hassan Fadiga, the deputy for administration and the deputy for operation. They will be on the show tomorrow. They were watching the show. They called me to announce that they will be here tomorrow, folks. It's good that we have AB Kromah. Immediately, you got dismissed. Immediately, Kromah, you got dismissed. The former president, George Manneh, called you. Why? Don't ask me how I know. He called you. You answered the call. You spoke to him. Why?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The former president, George Manneh, called you immediately after you got dismissed by President Boycott.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
You plead the fifth with him?
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you spoke with
see,
the
or you want to
person.
play on the man intelligence? How do
But
you
you
know why is
spoke.
the proof?
No.
That the man
I beg you, Fadela. Let me do my interview.
No, but
don't
you
go
have to
around.
also come with a proof. You want to know the
No.
authenticity of your facts.
Fadela Patrick. AB know me that I know every question I'm asking him.
Go ahead.
Immediately after he was dismissed, even prior to you being dismissed, you met President Boycott. He spoke to you. Then after a few weeks, President Boycott dismissed all three of you. After you got dismissed, former President George Manawe called you to encourage you and say you can come home. If you care not to tell us the detail of the information, now I'm going into it, you laughing because you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know where you come, but I can tell you this too, though.
Yeah.
Former President George Manawe is, if you know that he's a friend of mine. Even though I didn't work in his government, but we still share that relationship. We all come from the slum community, and basically, he always said,
let's confirm that he called you. I can tell you the day he called you, and will you be? Let's say I'm not asking you to give me the reason why he called you. Don't go into it, but he called you. Were you pleased when you received the call from him?
I just told you, I don't know what you're talking about, but I can take it for President
so that register that you are in communication with the former president. I mean, that's your friend, you know him, so there's nothing wrong with that. Let me bring you Fadiga real quick. No, that's your Fadiga going again. Fadiga internet very problem. No, that's your friend. I got no problem. I mean, he called everybody. He called you. You spoke to him for almost an hour, and it was just interesting that he called you just in time when you got dismissed.
But see, I'm interested in the source of your information too.
I will never give you my source. You don't do that.
You can't tell all your source, but you want the man to tell all his source.
Excuse me, do not interrupt our program here. This is why Spoon Talk is the hottest, because we dig deeper and we remind people. Connor, AB Croman know exactly what I'm talking about. Dr. Richardson, while we wait for Fadiga to come back, do you have any follow-up question for Connor Croman?
No, I don't. I don't have any further question. I'm glad that he's in the studio today addressing some of the concerns of Liberian people.
I beg you, let's squeeze in Fadiga real quick because his internet is off and on. Yeah.
Happy about. Well, man should be in Paris by now. I don't know why you feel like you're getting internet.
Now you interrupt our show. We gotta listen to AB. I beg you. AB, go ahead, sir.
The one good thing I know about this whole show today, if I never got anything from the show, Gibson Gerald coming here and asking those questions that actually precipitated his decision that time to come and get the clear-cut clarification here for me. I'm delighted about it because I mean I like the guy. He's very effective, very forceful in his argument, even though I don't agree with most of his argument, but it's very forceful. So to come with these kind of corrective understanding and analysis, I think it's worth it. And
that's why we gave you limited time on the show. Fadiga, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I will be brief today because my internet. But Stanton, I staying here today because this country that we love so dearly is plagued with a lot of stuff that most people would not understand. And sometimes I cringe when I see how much our people hate this country. With all the beauty and everything that we can do in this country, that we will create an environment that a guy like AB that I once respected will come on this show after being the arsonist, come on this show and pretend to be the firefighter. It saddens me that AB Kromah stands in Liberia as a sacred cow and got away with some dangerous crimes. And I will say this tonight, I'm not afraid of him. I love this country above everything else. But you know why? You know, one of the greatest mistakes, and I learned from that mistake, we don't know all. When you have lived in an environment like the US for a long time, where you believe that systems work and the system will work, we rely on it. And one of the great mistakes was we never told ourselves the story. And that's what happened. That was the greatest mistake. We allow the newspaper to put, oh, this person vindicated. And a bunch of bad people that do not love this country sat down, colluded. The cartel spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to erase this story. Fast forward, this man is on this platform painting himself as a saint. But you know what? I pray every time I pray that this day was going to come. There was no way Bawuko and Hassan were going to say anything about this incident. Now that Abraham Nkrumah has brought it out, the Liberian people will know exactly what happened at LDA. And I'm encouraging them. I will talk to them. They will be on tomorrow. I won't say it. But what saddens me tonight is that a lot of people are still confused. Look, it's an open secret. Everybody know who A.B. Nkrumah is in this country. I didn't know. I came from out of this country. They didn't know that. But for someone that orchestrated poison for our people, did a whole lot of things. Come here, oh, so you know nothing about the Japan case, but those people will talk about the case tomorrow. I don't want to go and be the spokesperson and go about the case. I would never discuss the case. I will leave it to those that were on the table to discuss. But what I saw and what I know in my heart, this man is not a hero. I'm surprised that he survived in this country for so long, carrying on this game. The man is a class act. He comes here, oh, you want something. You will not get vindicated after you destroyed the lives of people, destroy the reputation of individuals. Because
Guys, wait 1 minute. Colin Nkrumah, wait 1 minute. I beg you. Colin Nkrumah, wait. I beg you 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. We're gonna have this conversation. We are having your brother tomorrow. We are having Bawuko tomorrow. They have agreed to join us. Do you have a question for AB?
Yeah.
Because we have to ask the question, he have to answer, then we can do the talking at last. Do you have a question?
Stanton, there is no way that I can ask question to a serial pathological liar or man without a soul. There's no way.
Then
and more important, let me close with this. Let me just say this. More importantly, a drug baron, and I will say this.
Okay, so AB, let me come to you. AB, please, 1 minute, sir. We're hearing the words he using. We'll give you the chance to address. Go ahead.
All right. Well, this is what it is. This guy sitting here, I've been looking for notoriety. Yeah, his little brother. I call him Humpty Dumpty. They've been looking for notoriety at all extent. To come, and this is how they've carried the whole argument, the whole debate at the DA. They will talk about things that they cannot even vocalize whatever they're saying with regards to my character. Yes, pathological liar to say what? Lying about what? Lying about how? What? How? Who? When? Where is that? This is what they say. The other guy will come here to say tomorrow, the fact will come to light. When the fact comes to light, we'll see it. The fact never came. You went to an investigation with the Minister of Justice, the fact never came. All we saw was that you were on the radio, you were on this particular Spoon Network, you were expressing yourself, you're lying, you're shouting, you're doing everything you can here in Bawuko. Now you folks, you said tear gas the guys to my door, and went inside. You got this arm, you didn't even know the arm was taken from you. You, Mr. Other Man, you never had the chance to, you weren't there. Whatever you were told, you calling somebody pathological liar, lying about what? Just say that to folks that didn't hear you. This is what this guy has lied about. This is what he said. This is a lie he said. You cannot even come to that. Since we've been on this whole process here, you never came, both of them never came out to say, this is what they got lied about. You went to an investigation of the Ministry of Justice. You never expressed the lie. You said to the folks that I was dealing with drug dealers, you never come to one conclusion as to what it is. You never point out anything. Today, Japan is convicted of the crime of drug trafficking, of the crime of hosting and dealing with drugs. Then you stay coming back to repeat this gibberish that you said all along since you've been here? Come on, now. What is this here? So you came here to ask question. You sat in the corner there. You fool my man Jerome. You fool Gibson that the information that you got with regards to the entry of the team was done given to you there. 25 were posted on your door. You are aware of it. You are not in the meeting. You are left to go to the Ministry of Justice. The meeting was held before, almost 3 hours before you came back and started to disturb the office. I was having a press conference when the press was disrupted. Then you come out to say, ask the question you want to ask. To say, they made a part of the local lie. And I told you, these guys are people wanted to be. My career path is here, it's clear. I'm open book. I've served this country all my life. This country took my youth away. I never had a chance to do what my friends did. I joined the police at the tender age of 18 years old. Why you guys are running around doing other stuff in different places? Why are you calling people? You're calling for the death of somebody, a sitting president. I was basically providing protection for this country. We're talking about people senior. You sat there, you said all kinds of stuff. A certain president was there, you're praying for that person to die. That you come and can't tell me pathological liar? Are you kidding me? But what I can tell you, Fadiga and the two Fadiga, the both of them, I will tell them this. I don't see them. I don't see them. I don't know where they are. This is the guy, this guy that just left from the scene. He met me in Philadelphia. Asked me, said, look, his brother is into this, into counseling, this. If there's an opportunity, they brought his brother resume to me to my house. It's there. I got CCTV camera in my house. This man coming, you want to go visit? I don't want to see all of those things, man. You want to go visit your family? You ain't got money to go to visit your family. How you want to your family? So all I can say to he and his little brother or his big brother or whoever they are, that look, you will need time to get to my star. What I've done, I've acquired what I've acquired through hard work, through professionalism, through dedication to do that. I organized a security organization from 1 man to 1,000 plus men. You can't do that. That's where I'm taking money from to give it to you to go get it to your family in America. So don't come here and call me name. Don't do that. It doesn't make sense. This is a public forum. You came here to ask a question and then find a way so we can debate it. This is a forum that people of all walks of life listen to. You don't come here and start to call me a pathological liar, call me all of these things. It doesn't make sense. But this is how they've handled. I bet you tomorrow there will be no definite pointing at something. This is what this man said was not true. This is what he did was not right. Let me see what I've done. Now, I can tell you this though. If you want, we can start to dissect the report, what they said, what they didn't say, what accusation.
We're going to listen to them and come back to. We'll bring you back because we do have the report. It's about transfer. It's out. They have taken a decision. Then we can go through it.
Let everybody hear what it is.
The question, the answer, everything. We will bring it forth. And
we can come tomorrow. We can come tomorrow and be here with them while they speak.
Yeah, but see, let me do this by like we did. AB, we're going to go the last round with you. One question each. We appreciate you coming in studio. And now I would say to you, AB, whatever the situation is, I mean, it's a good thing that Bawu Code and Hassan is coming on. The Liberian people have to know this thing to the bottom line. Why, you guys were fired by the president. Different information, different exoneration story. Hassan said he was exonerated. Bawu said he was exonerated. You say you were exonerated. If all you guys were exonerated, why the president fired you? Okay, fuck it. I will tell you this one. Everybody free to fly.
No, the good thing about this process, Stanton, I would have hoped, and then you can't force the president to take the decision. That's the president of the world. That's why he is the president. But I would have loved to have gotten this thing out there so that people can dissect it. The nonsense this kid is talking, he does so that you know exactly who did what, where, who, and when. So we see what it is. The lies and the accusation to talk about AB training people put this. These I don't want to call it an idiot again because you say idiot is not a good thing to say, so I will keep the idiot part of it. But I can
you
tell you
call it idiot, then you say you will keep it again.
You say I shouldn't say it, so I'm not going to say it. All right.
Okay, so Amy, let's move on because we gotta go to other conversation. It's 11:30 in Liberia. Let's move on real quick, AB. Though, let me just say this, man. Drugs in our country have quadrupled, AB. Even when you were there trying to fight, it was still getting people now. They get a new strawberry drugs. It's all in the school. AB, are you disappointed that you let the Liberian people down based on whatever took place? You couldn't fight to your last breath to at least reduce this thing. Look at the new strawberry drugs. All in the school.
The thing is all over China.
It's all over. AB. The government is not fighting. If I mean government holistically, 3 branches of government, they are not fighting. It's a shame on the president. He made this his #1 priority. But now this is the worst thing ever happening to our children. Amy, did you feel the Liberian people?
Now you talk to my papa. Be very careful.
What is it?
So now you told him how you made reference to my papa.
The man warning you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the president got to do better as his message on drugs is failing the Liberian people.
Let me tell you this though. I feel bad. Like you said, it's disappointing to be honest with you. As a Liberian, as a parent, I feel a little bit disappointed. Well, I fought. You were there. You were here. I fought, making sure I didn't see this guy coming. To be honest with you, that whole yo-yo thing, what they say, they want Bank Gumbo. You say I treating them like children. I doing this like children. But what suggestion did you bring that I didn't take? These guys were on a mission to get Abiy Kuma out of the DEA. And I told him, I said, look, you need the DEA to survive. I don't need the DEA to survive, to be honest with you. I can tell you that clearly. I've been working all along when America we came back. I came here, I've worked as 102. I started an organization like that. So do not come to create confusion. You know what I mean? Whatever you need, let's resolve it. I was there. We went there. Dylan then called us to the place there. They still AB. These guys are your little brother. Work with them. I'm working with them. And still then called. I work with them. I took time to go to their call.
Gibson, you were us. You having a whole conversation, Gibson. All right, go ahead. We'll put Gibson in the back there. You finish.
And then Kofi Woods, they called me in Kofi Woods' office. Maybe yeah. The problem we had was that they never had a chance to actually dissect the complaint that they had, the problem they had. Nobody looked at it. And basically at that level, apparently they just said, well, and when I was in Senegal, this guy wrote some incendiary comment onto some listserv. I shared with the Minister of Justice. I shared with Kofi Woods. I said, this is where the guy is fighting. It is not good for us. He's saying it in a public forum. The minister was calling a meeting of us on Monday. That's the Monday they went to the Minister of Justice, carried letter, and they missed the Monday meeting. The 2 hours after the Monday meeting, they barged into my office.
Were you invited to Senegal, or you just went there by yourself? We were told that you wasn't invited. You went there by yourself. Amy, can you still come to America?
Anytime I want to.
Okay. All right, let me bring you Paul Kennedy.
I was invited to Senegal. I just left from Europe. I was in China. Just came back. I was invited to Senegal. The invitation I had for that particular program, I gave it out to this guy. I gave it out to Fadiga to go.
What is it, Dr. Richardson?
I had another invitation. I had another invitation.
And I asked you, say you got no question?
I had another invitation to go to the Money Laundry Conference in Senegal. I went along with the guys from the Money Laundry place there, from the one of the sections. They paid for everything I did. I didn't pay.
No, I understand that. I saw the letter inviting Mohamed Nasser and LDA. Right. We got the letter, but something real quick I want to add. Were you approached by the American folks from the embassy that you were performing badly, they couldn't contribute to LDA because of you?
That's a black lie. I have visited the American embassy 4 times when I was DEA director.
Were they working with you?
Huh?
Were the Americans working with you?
Basically, I don't know what working with you is all about. I don't know how.
As an LDA director.
Well, yeah. Well, American work with you through the UNODC. I was working with the folks. Yes, I work with them. I went.
But we were told that the UNODC said they couldn't work with you because of your involvement in drugs.
That's a bloody lie. I went to the airport with the UNDC people. I went to the Freeport with the UNDC people. I signed to go to places.
Dr. Richardson coming now. Let's close it. I'm done with my question. Dr. Richardson, Paul Kennedy.
There's a story that I do recall you stating here, Mr. Colonel Kromah, about you had a family member who was.
People give Chero on the back, man. It seems to be he's distracted.
See how you distracted me just now asking a question, Mr. Patrick. He just came in. Thank you. Yes, so you had stated earlier on this show that you had a family member that was involved in drugs, and this is what motivated you to fight against drugs. Now, even though you did say that you don't do drugs, you're not involved with drugs, but some people still believe that you're a drug dealer. How do you reconcile the two? Yeah, having a family member drugs and
Dr. Francine.
Yes.
Francine, who are some of the people that you know that believe that?
If you read the thread, a lot of people are calling you drug dealers here, and I just
that it has some Fadiga people. But let me tell you this though.
Yes.
When you are a victim of drug, when you are a drug
that's
user,
what I want to talk about.
When you are a drug user, it's different from being involved in drug peddling. The family members I have, they're all drug. They were involved in the use of drugs.
Yes.
Because it's not because they're not my direct family member. That every Liberian young kid out there, my family member.
Sure.
And so that is a motivating factor.
Yes.
There's something that is an impetus that gave me to actually fight drugs.
I remember you saying that. Yes, and I would appreciate if the facts of the case is the study and the findings that the president got will be put in our challenge so we can read and be prepared for tomorrow. I just wanted to say that. But thank you for explaining your side of the story here today.
Yeah, see, let me do
my. We're gonna bring you Paul Kennedy, not you, Fandela Patrick. I'm making. Don't do this sneaky thing, my man. Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Connor, for enlightening us. As you said before, we're all in strives to serve our country, and however way you can contribute to that, is at your will and pleasure. Even if it is at the mercy of if it's at the goodwill of the president. The next question, the only question I pretty much have for you is, what are you on now besides running your security firm? Anybody see you in Liberia, they think national security, they think police, they think DEA, but you don't have no job. Here. What are you doing now?
Really, a company?
When you're running Palace Security, the largest security organization in Liberia, you are on something. I provide a top company like this network. Top company like I provide security all around the place.
The man security was sleeping and somebody had a car accident. The body entered the friend. They didn't know how the body entered. Now the kind of security we get.
but at the end of the day, when you have to deal with all of those situations, you have to be on your queue. And besides that, just so you know, it's not on breaking news. I've just been accepted at the law school, so now I'm a law student. I've gone back to law school. Just so you know.
That's good. At least we'll be having another counselor. How you call him? George Calando, the Huawei counselor.
Kwame Clement School, the new law school that just opened.
No, the Louis Patrick School.
Okay, sorry. Right.
Yes, so I was there before. I left for almost 30 years. Back, I had to take the entrance, pass the entrance, went for orientation before starting law school.
Okay.
I didn't want to.
Congrats to you. We're happy to hear that.
I want to be deferred to so get a man, I owe police man. No, I don't know. Start the entrance, pass the entrance, went for orientation, then accepted in law school.
To be frank with you, though, I don't know if it's only me or maybe somebody can add to that. All my Dingo friends, then they are very smart. Bamura, Kromah, old man, all of them. You guys are very, very smart people. I don't know what your money can eat. but you're very smart. In class, you'll come number 1, number 2. So I should give it to
No,
you. You go back to school.
no, they're not true. They're not true.
But let me tell my own bad. That's not true. That based on that we see what you
You should ask Kwame Clement.
I think that Manasi, as we used to call it.
Manasi, ask Kwame Clement the day, put a call to him and ask him, say, what's about Avi Kroma? He'll tell you exactly where we were.
Yeah, Avi, you and I were in law school there, so that 30 years ago. Damn, you just reminded me. But anyway, my brother, 30 years ago, but one of the things I was following when during the administration was you're trying to meet this drug at its track. In other words, the source of our drugs in the inflow of drugs into our border. But there were so many names that came up. One of them had to do with Michael Duncan, which had to do with which is the brother of the first lady, Claude Weir. Now there are rumors, look, you deal with our people, sometimes they'll give you a clue because they know exactly where some of these things are coming from. A lot of finger pointing towards China. I hate to indict an entire country, but we have proliferation of Chinese people in our country, and those people to some extent have gotten away with a lot, including one that was considering himself untouchable. But if you were to give an opinion, what do you think is the major source of our drugs flowing through into our border?
Well, without being geocentric, without trying to get myself into some geopolitical configuration or confusion, I can tell you this for a fact, though. We've sent out, with the meager resources we have, we sent out our investigator into our neighboring countries first. I mean, I don't want to go beyond the West African borders. Whatever that is coming from Brazil, they're coming from China, they're coming from all around the world, coming through is the transit arrangement passing through Ethiopia into Liberia and Liberia back to Europe. That's something that I know for a fact, because when I served as the director of CID, there was no DEA at the time. I was the DEA at the time. So I know exactly the route that was taken by drugs from Brazil, from Colombia, and the rest of the places. And the source of drugs, has always been Colombia, and they sold the $100 million drug came from Brazil. So it's something that we will have to consider investing enough money into our drug situation just to have international eyes outside of the border of Liberia and outside even West Africa. We have to do that. What I did, I managed to make the resources, go down into Guinea and Sierra Leone and see if we can harness some of the guys who are major distributors. We managed to get the distributive line. We called some of our friends and told them this is where we are, and we followed that. And just before we were taken out, we started some arrangement with folks in the sub-region so as to start to follow up with some of these situations. That's some of those situations we found. The last drugs that was arrested, the last hard drug, the cocaine, that was arrested at the Clay checkpoint. That's how those information came to us. So I will not be definite with regards to where we are as far as drug situation at the time now, but I know Sierra Leone has been the major supplier of Kush in Liberia. I'm sorry to call Sierra Leone by name like that, but that's where we were, where we arrested a few guys, including one of the military officers. Yeah. But there's a lot that we can do when we actually invest enough money into our own rehabilitation arrangement here. We need to deal with whatever we have in our country now. It's not late and it's not impossible. We can do it. We have to do it as a country. We have to do it as a people, focusing on rehabilitating our country and reorientating us to the status quo that we were before. It is not impossible. But to eliminate this process, it has to be holistic. It has to be something that all of us as a people, because this is the menace that has the potential, proclivity to mess our whole country. And we can't do it just by putting it to little DA with basically 631 soon officer to actually fight this process. It can't be like that. It has to be with the involvement of the national security apparatus. It has to be all of us doing it. Okay, and people cannot be doing it with the content creation. You're going to raid this place, you got all these folks behind you, no, that's trying to create content. I don't do content creation. I basically focus on hardcore intelligence. And today, all of those that was telling me, oh, maybe just charade, this is what charade does. Charade arrest people, follow them, make sure that you protect the evidence, and so as to take it to grand jury approve it, and you take it from grand jury, you take it to the court, and the court convict. That's what our charade produced for us. So there are a lot that people will see, and tomorrow I want to be able to listen to the innuendos and gossip and all of the mischaracterization. But one thing tomorrow you will not see here, you will not see a factual evidence. You say, Abe Kumar is dangerous, man. This is guy embellished. But you will never find an evidence as to my culpability in any kind of wrongdoing, any kind of corrupt act. If that was the case, I would not be here. If that was the case, I would not be doing business with a lot of folks. I have a new gig, which I can announce now, but we will announce that at a later date, which will debunk all of these questions that Stephen was actually asking today.
You want me to announce a new gig?
Yeah, we're not today.
Do you want me to announce it now?
No, you can't announce it.
Good, but that up, Patrick.
So, CEO, just consider my closing statement. I have a couple of meetings coming up.
You guys get your game tomorrow. So go ahead.
No, it's Thursday. My Gibby play on Thursday. I'm told it's Thursday. Tomorrow is Grand Gillette versus Maryland.
Okay.
But see,
let me speak to now. You are going to be speaking over.
I must say clearly.
No, let him close. Let him close, Gibson. He got to run.
See, Gibson, Mr. Cheru, this is the same thing you always doing to distract people. And see, every time I tell you I want to close up and you delay me, right now my battery is running up. Let Gibson Cheru talk.
But you go ahead and talk. You said just go ahead, finish up.
No, the battery is low, so I don't want to be talking and it goes up. But anyway, let me just say this. I think AB is a victim of political conspiracy. Personally, I have fundamental disagreement with him because of what transpired between us during the days of the Liberal National Police, where he said, I want to too. Even though he had not arrested me, but he arrested many of my colleagues. Legally now, one thing I can confirm tonight is his level of intelligence connection is very effective at that. I trust him, and I don't know where he got that skills from. But CEO, you see, the fight against drug is dead on arrival. When AB, Fadika, Gauko were announced, director and deputy directors,
yeah, but if you
all right, so we come back to the man. The man got to go regroup. Let's bring it in, Gibson. we gotta make progress.
I don't want to say somebody to us.
So how much now is battery?
Look, let me just say this. I know AB for a long time. I've interviewed him a long time, writing stories. I like the guy. Only I don't like him when he started arresting plenty of crime people. But I like it. Yeah, in 2015, so I was mad with him at that time. But look, I think the report should be made public. And I think the reason they didn't make the report public is because they wanted to dismiss everybody. If you investigated a whole team, 3 managers or 3 directors, and it came to a point, where you have a result and you have a report to send to the president, the public deserve the report. Because the thing that happened is in the public glare. We want to know what was the result, not just punishing everybody. Because if you do that, you set a bad precedent that because of one person, everybody get punished for the same reason. I thought if that report was released by the Ministry of Justice, even if they dismiss AB in the interim, you say, well, they dismissed AB maybe for a different thing. But this one, he was right, or he was exonerated. We all have an idea, but the result, the report is hidden from the public, and decision is made that everybody should be dismissed. I think it's not fair to all of them. And I would think the Justice Minister should think about it and make the report public. It's not classified. I don't think it's classified. If the thing is classified, then redact some of the places that are classified and send it to us, and we can go and we can. But look, AB, I think you have. I still believe you have a job to do in the country. Those of you who are in the hardcore security area, we really need you guys to do this drug business here. They're not one person talking it, everybody talking it. But not just that too. There are other crimes that have been committed, mob justice, all the kind of things have been committed. And I just want to say today that, I mean, I pray that God will bring you back into the system and you will do your part again. I think that's all I can say. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Uncle Sam.
Yeah, so sitting here listening to AB and listening to the back and forth and stuff, I mean, it's just like I'm so like depressed, you know. This thing about unity, to a common cause, to fight for Liberia. I mean, if this drug thing is the number one scourge, you know, it just bothers me that we don't move away from the pettiness of personalities and hatred, and to come together as one people. You know, I've never seen a country where, you know, the people fight against each other so much on pettiness. You know, this is, you know, and it's just so sad. You know, I can't imagine this will happen in Senegal, the way it happened in Ghana, the way it happened in other countries. I mean, why do we fight? Amy, do you have any idea why is it that we fight amongst ourselves so much? We are not united. We don't see the enemy. The enemy is drugs. The enemy is economic. It's poverty. It's ignorance. Why is it that we fight among ourselves so much? Why we don't take, you know, people's opinions or people's views and just go past it and say this is what we need to do as a country to make things happen, to make this country. The drug thing is that there should be no argument that the drug is a scourge, and how we like each other, we don't like each other. We should fight it together. Why do you think the country is like that? I mean, that's your generation in charge. Tell me.
Uncle Sam, and then I empathize with that perception, the view and the mannerism. I think as a people, we have to redirect our priorities, our thought process as to how we can actually have a meeting of the mind on moving our country forward. There are folks who will stay indulged in this whole crap society, where, you know, somebody's going off, you want to drag him down, or this guy is powerful. Okay, I'll be the person bringing him down. As the brother said here, you want to destroy this guy. I will destroy this guy. You can't do that, man. I spent all my time trying to build these things. There are folks there who believe and still believe in me. My man Gibson there know me from back in the time. Know exactly where we are. And there's no way, I'm not artificial. I was created by hard work, dedication to do that. There's no way an individual can come and drag that. And that's the perception most of our guys will do. Guys who basically were not around to actually giving themselves some notoriety. When a grade myself were there during the heat days of time, saw exactly what some of the in getting things done. When the AFL were being restructured, were there, the sacrifice, the preliminary steps in getting the restructure that came afterward, what we did, the role was there. The role we played in the peace process is clear. So but there are guys who just come in, the journey just come, want to make sure that we create the situation where they gain notoriety at the expense of our general national objective. That's something that some of us have fought against. And that's why when I was fired, I decided to take a sabbatical, sit down, don't discuss it. I've never talked about this stuff anywhere, in any gathering, any quarter, because I felt that I am a nationalist. I believe in our governance structure, our governance system. If there's a decision coming from the executive, the president is the higher decision maker in our government, in our governance system. So I would succumb, I would subjugate myself to his whims and caprices because he's the guy who actually directs and telegraphs where we are as a people. So I've tried to be quiet, but there are guys who want to drag you, and I refuse to do that. That's what today it is my first time coming to speak about the whole dismissal thing in public, because my grandfather, Chief Musa Krumah, would not feel happy to see me talking about somebody taking an official decision and I come to challenge that. My grandfather was a paramount chief in Ganta. There's no way to do it. And my uncle was a big businessman in Grand Jide. There's no way I would come and reduce the legacy of those folks because I want to have personal aggrandizement. I want to push my personal understanding of things. I'm not going to do that. But we have to do that. If we have to call a national forum so as to redirect our focus on building this society, we have to do that. Our country is drowning. We have issues that we have to be discussed. Our governance system, we have to be there. Forget about government, but look at our society. It is our responsibility. It's not the president or the government responsibility. Individual as people, it is our responsibility to actually focus, to redirect the attention of our country. Now, the biggest thing in our country right now is the drug issue. I walk the street. If you see me, I celebrate my birthday with these guys on the street every year. You ask anybody, any guys on the street, ask them what AB Krumah birthday will tell you October 23rd. They know it. Any date, anytime. If I'm in Zedru, I was in Zedru last month. I did a tour of the southeastern part of Liberia. I was in Hapa. I was in Zedru. I was in Fishtown, Kawikin. I was in Salinkole. I was in Ganta. I was in Banga. I'm going to do a West African tour. West Coast tour shortly this week, before starting law school next week. I wanted to have a feel of our country. We have to do that as people. If we don't do that, our children will emulate a failed system. Forget about failed society. Our system we have to look at it from a different perspective. It is not about talking down onto this person on the regular basis. That cannot be our mosaic. That cannot be our way forward. We have to find a different dimension. We have to now look at a country. This is a very old country. How are we now? 170 plus years. We were independent before all of these guys that are today showing themselves beating their chest before us. Come on, huh? And I do understand that, empathize with where you are, but we have to. Drugs is killing us. Please, guys.
Thank you, AB. Let me bring in Pandela Patrick. Pandela, you were speaking, but you went off the
Yeah, CEO, thank you. I must say clearly that there's a problem with people who are appointed in government. I don't know why. I saw that during Weah's time. I saw that during Ellen's time, and I'm seeing it here. The security sector, the moment they realize that they are not there to compete with each other, but to serve the interests of the country, every Liberian citizen will be protected. And we can go to bed, we sleep sound. How do I know? people will call them and give them false intelligence. There are people who are under certain mandate to provide intelligence. Whether that intelligence is verified or not, they should report. And like Dr. Francine was saying, the comments here, my big sister, the people who come here attempt to comment. Let me give you one story. I think that was last year.
Can we excuse AB since then you can do your closing because we have to excuse him.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, O'Connor, AB want to say thank you for coming on. As always, you are welcome. It's very good that you came out. The Liberian people, you heard from you. Again, you're always welcome to come back. And, you know, we say thank you for always trusting in Spoon Network, and thank you for providing your security services to the network. Likewise, have a good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, and have a good evening, sir. I'm inviting all of the guys that participated in the arrest of the guys that were the intelligence officers, the guys that collected intelligence, the guys that were there. I'm inviting all of them to a little happy hour on Saturday. You send your Spoon people to come and celebrate with us. There's a victory that is not for AB Command, for the Liberian people, that we have some minutes of our street. Mandela, you're welcome. Gibson, you're not here, man. You should be here. And it's not around.
At least I will cool with you, right? Yeah, I'll cool with you.
You're good. And I can agree you can come up and take them the other way, Minnesota. Dr. Francine, we will be here. Thank you very much for the.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. We want to say thanks to AB Krama. We want to say thanks for the beautiful show. We're going to close the show this 7. Listen, we try to do our best before the producer to go home early. So we'll start the closing of this program with Mandela Patrick before his internet goes off.
Thank you. So CEO, like I said before, the moment the national security, joint security of this country begin to understand that the lives of those ordinary citizens, the poor people, the commoners, are of great priority to this country, and they should work together, not in competition, but to save, to protect, and defend our rights, this country will move forward. Secondly, Dr. Francine, most of our people that come here and listen, and they write, comment something they don't know about, they just write. I'll give you an example. Last year, somebody wrote a very bad statement about corruption, how we extorted money, So one of my followers, I think about 5 of them, they did a screenshot of the comment and they sent it to me. They said, but we know where the guy lives. We'll catch him. So we drove on Broad Street. Luckily, said, but yeah, the guy, the man who wrote that day. Bro, he said, I just saw him on the phone. I said, did you write this? Can we now go to the police station to go exonerate yourself? CEO, that boy was trembling. If we had gone for like 10 minutes, something will happen. You could see him apologizing. So sometimes most of these comments, they are politically driven. If you really get to see the actors, you will not believe. They will apologize as if judgment day has come. So I'm not usually carried by some of these comments. But what I want to say tonight to the president is the fact that the fight against drug has become dead on arrival. Things are not going as they are. Yes, we agree people make mistakes. The good thing about it is that these people were not dismayed because they stole money. These people were not dismayed because they killed people. They were not dismayed for any other thing because of professional misconduct. For me, I felt that this president needed to reconsider them. See where we are today. And interestingly, when these people were announced director and deputy directors, the whole country celebrated them. AB is not an angel. For me, I have fundamental, problems because during the heydays of my advocacy, You know, he was very tough. His intelligence collection, I can say clearly, it was 100% accurate. But look, I'm appealing to the Jones security. Put aside personal feelings. Whether this may come from this other area, this may come from everybody contributed. Look at what he said. During the campaign, they trained people to protect the votes. And they knew that this man had the capability of regrouping and bringing people together to protect. At that time, it was significant. So this dismissal is hurting the president. The fight against drugs is bad, is terrible. That the LDA can be given more support. The Labrador National Police, the immigration, the NSA, the LDA.
Patrick, we gotta move on. Thank you, VP. We wish you guys luck on Thursday as always. On the counter meet, I want to say, guys, as always, we appreciate you joining us. Today, we try to leave as early as we can. You see Uncle Sam scratching his face. I want to play a couple of videos from Yeket. He should have been here today, but he's scheduled. If you have the Yeket video, when they throw him out, I want to pick on Yeket a little bit in my closing. I felt sorry for my brother-in-law, Yeket Koluba. They threw him out in a very disrespectful manner. But again, it is why it is. Jeremiah Kum said it between a rock and a hard place. So I don't know who you were talking to. He says, so I met in between a rock and a hard place. And I started laughing. But again, guys, it was a great show. To all of you joining us, we say thank you. Let's do our closing. Let Uncle Sam go first. All right, Uncle Sam, then we'll go to Dr.
Yeah, okay, look, first of all, you guys always accuse me of doing saying this thing questionable. I have to be questioned a little bit. Look, I didn't run away from the show last night. My wife heard somebody coughing, next in the area. And I had to go get my, to basically deal with a threat. And so that's the reason why I left. And today, around maybe like 2 hours or 3 hours ago, Fode tried to contact me. And the reason why I just slept from 8 to almost midnight here. I don't know why, because I normally can't sleep more than 3 hours. For my age, I would have to get up to go to the little washroom. So look, but my indignation yesterday was not about me. I'm cancer-free 10 years. But it's to the people who died. That thousands of Liberians, people in my age group who died from cancer. And cancer is not something like an STD where you go and you catch it. It's either genetic or you catch it from some chemical thing, like some people at Camp Lejeune with the water and all that kind of stuff there, But anyway, I don't have any malice in my heart against him or anybody. And Fode, if you're listening, you're free to call me anytime. I don't have anything against you. You owe the apology not to me. It's those people who died from cancer and their families. I'm okay. And even if the cancer came back today at age 72, it would take another 5 to 7 years to kill me. And most people die. The life expectancy in the United States is 77. Life expectancy for Maine, Liberia, only 3% over 60. I'm in a special category. You're a health professional, Paul Ken, I see you shaking, you see you're handling this. Only 3% of Liberians, men over the age of 60. In 2008, it was only 2% Stanton, or we did the 2008 National Population Housing Census. The median age is 19. So that's what I want to say. Look, on this drug thing, oh my God, it's something that it's so, there's something that we have to do as a people. We have to get angry about it. And we have to say, we're going to exert all of our efforts and resources. We're going to push our government. We're not doing enough. Every single community in Liberia has a ghetto. And I was shocked when I went outside of Monrovia, Buchanan, Plebo, Zwedru, Ganta. It is just bad, my people. So look, I'm just appealing to the Liberian people and to President Boyka. I hold your foot. Let's do whatever we can to fix this problem. If not, the security implications of drug abuse, drug addiction, and the whole economy of the drug killer could overtake our country. On that note, thank you all very much, and God bless you, and God save Liberia.
And please don't go.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you. We'll go to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson.
So I want to just tell all of you, thank you for coming. Thank you for dedicating your time to this show every day. My specific thanks go to Vendela Patrick for making the statement that he made. He did remind me that many of the comments are politically motivated, and also he called for Liberians to come together for us to work and to eliminate drugs in our country. Similarly, like Uncle Sam is calling for that. Thank you for your statement, Uncle Sam. You were right, and Patrick Kennedy can probably agree with us that I had a father who also died from drug-related causes. I'm sorry, not drug-related, cancer-related causes. I'm sorry, I get a little bit emotional when I'm talking about him. Cancer-related causes. So I'm very concerned about, you as a person. So today I was a little bit confused because I know a bill was passed regarding to the tourism in our country. I thought tourism actually was always a thing in our country under the Ministry of Information, but today I saw that a bill was passed to empower the tourism industry to make it, I guess, its own entity. I wish it could be explained to us more, some of the characteristics, responsibility of this entity, and what they intend to accrue to get out of this new empowerment that they receive. If you ask me, would have kept it under Ministry of Information instead of making more ministry and giving people more money to be paid, especially when our country is broke. I would have kept it under Information and just empower that agency, or empower the group within that agency. Actually, I should say that. So thank you guys. Great show. And I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.
Richardson, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. For Canada, can you do your closing, please?
Thank you, Stanton. And it's always a privilege, sharing space with the Liberian people. I was happy to see Connor Chroma on tonight to, actually give us some insider's view of, the whole challenge with his position and his removal and so forth. I believe him, most of what he said. I don't think he has any reason to, fabricate lies to show himself other than what he is. He has served. I know A.B. Krumah from A.B. Toboro. I mean, that was 1994, 95, when he was chief of staff, so he has served our country. And I like the question Sam Jackson asked: why are we so angry, mean, and vexed, and hateful to each other? I think there's a lot of things that fall in there. When people are poor, they're always angry. Most poor people are angry. If, for instance, you got a child in the room, they're jumping on the couch, the first thing you're going to do is to post lie in their ear, because you're not thinking about their falling. You are thinking about, when they spoil that couch, where you're going to get money to get a new one. Whereas the rich kid, when he's jumping off the couch, the parents going to say, hey, come on, don't fall. You're going to hurt yourself. Because for them, the couch is nothing. So in healthcare, we call all of those things determinants of health. When you are angry all the time, chances are you're going to get high blood pressure. So you're right. Life expectancy in Liberia for male is 65. For female is 65.5 years, and male is just above 63 years old. It has improved from 2015 and so forth. So the country is doing well. It's progressing, but it's not as compared to developed countries. There's still a lot we need to do as far as healthcare. You see the healthcare budget, it does not reflect anything that will be a substantial, sustainable health service for people. So we are still, as a country, challenged with all of these things. The best we can do as a group of people is to begin to look at things from a more, objective perspective. I don't have to like Samuel Jackson to work with him to do well. I barely know anyone on this platform, but we call each other and talk and discuss issues in the interest of the country. I think Liberians should take away the personal feeling out of everything. I really don't like what Vadiga did just now. He left the issue and personally started calling A.B. Kroma names. And A.B. handled it with more maturity and care. We have differences. Let's discuss the issue. Liberians, we need to graduate from that 1990 thing where the CEO, my man, that man used to wear army boot, they look on your phone and they see a tie, they jump behind you and kill you. When are we going to forget this, even though it's over 30 some more years since the war came? So I think, we on this platform should exhibit that maturity so that people see us as a good representation of some of the good lives they can emulate. When they see that unison, that friendliness amongst us, I'm sure it's going to send a good message that other people can follow. I mean, I just wanted to really throw back on that. I think it was a good show. And, we always here, we're going to fight with each other and disagree, but we cannot be personal. I don't know anything personal about anyone here. So it doesn't make sense to go start calling them names and even wishing them to die. So it's a good show, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. Gonna agree?
Well, now that I'm looking at the presentation made by A.B. Kroma, I'm of the opinion that probably the decision to replace him was not holistically made by the president. I think there was this fight to get certain tribal people in certain positions, if you ask me. I could be totally wrong, but I'm using my own intelligence here. Apparently, that's why the president was not briefed on the number of matters. Maybe I'm just playing the devil advocate here, but if the president were on top of his A game, this decision to send to the replacement of Mr. A.B. Kroma could have come from any other tribal group, but you can just see the coordination, and that was what precipitated the 1990 war or 1989 war, where certain tribal people were placed at the hegemony of power. And so you just see the coordination was loop-sided. And that's why I asked AB, what would you have done differently? Because there's institutional breakdown. Look, every fabric of our country is being affected. When some of us were in the military, if you were found in a position where you were not supposed to be, definitely you go into jail for some time. This day, somebody gave an order, said, don't bring this in my office, and somebody flouted that order. It could not have happened. So that demonstrates the breakdown of institution. And then that brings me to Dr. Richardson's observation about, look, the amalgamation of some of these institutions, tourism should have been an sector in our country. Or when you hide it under Ministry of Information, so they render it like it was not even important. Now that it's going separate, it's going to be a viable, very viable sector because most people want to come to us. You see, Nimba County, so to say, is looking at the tourism industry. They put more and more ideas coming up for amenity that, look, we can even make money from this, not depending on national budget. And so is the Ministry of Planning. I remember when Amelia Ward was the Minister of Planning. So many. Look, there's no way you can go put it under the Ministry of Finance. And some of us were against the idea because we're talking about zoning right now. We don't even hear anything about zoning. Maybe they say zoning now has been transferred to public works. But I know the Ministry of, look, we laugh at people. Planning is an important part of economic development. Why would you go hide planning in one, and it's treated without importance? How would you plan a country? Our country is not planned. You look at like purple bill everywhere. You buy land before you go somewhere and I'll block you everywhere. So I think we should begin to look. I'm not saying that we should expand, the sectoral or the ministerial, sector of our country, but we should be able to keep some vital and very strategic ones. One of those we have to look at would be the Ministry of Planning. How we're going to remove that again, from the Ministry of Finance and make it a very viable sector so that people don't just go about and build everywhere. Everybody want a front lot. Well, if everybody wants a front line, who's going to stay in the back? So we don't even plan. We just build, But today's show was a good show. I hope I would have heard more about the case that sentenced the gentleman to whoever it is to incarceration. But I think there's more of those kinds of prosecution that need to take place so that people can understand that if you want to stop the inflow of drugs, you got to be rigid. And I've not even heard about corrections facility. I've not heard about the sector of even reprimanding people who have done wrong, like bringing drugs. When you suffer a society with drugs, definitely you cripple the society. Look, you're going like, bro, like sometimes everybody walking like zombie. Maybe that's just my observation. When I went there, I'm like, what? And not to say, I say everybody, even the way people talk to you, they come in your face, they yell. So you are eating, somebody serving you, they're looking straight in your eye, your bowl. I mean, those are all things that I will have to address. But I'll leave here. We have quite a bit to go. But it was a good show, I think.
Yeah, it was a quiet show. It was a very nice show, and I appreciate everyone. Maybe this is the most quiet show I've had in a long time, because you know what? Look around. There was not many sedition on, The last thing of sedition just came in lately. Over 7 is not a sedition, And you guys heard that, but McGill, CDC responded to the SONA. We didn't talk about it because no sedition were on tonight. So we couldn't talk about it because the sedition were off. But again, listen, when you bring your own, I get Isa to talk about it. When you're not here, I will not talk about it. Brother Casey, it's good to have you.
Don't pay attention to that comment there.
When Vandala was talking about comments, I just believe that people's comment represent the kind of intellectual capacity they have. So sometimes when people make reckless comments about people, to be honest with you, I got serious problem with somebody make comment on his social media because they don't know the kind of stress we are under to make input on this kind of topic. You come here, stand on hold all his cards to his chest, and then he dump it at you, and you are supposed to make an informed, intelligent decision and argue the point to make sense. And these people who sit under the house don't know what we're going through, and it just costs us a whole day. So, I mean,
you're right. Folks blaming for that, right? How can I share the topic if we are so many in the chat room? If I share the topic, CDC people will know where it's coming from. Unity Party people, Mo Adi will be running with answers. Stephen Johnson will be on our neck. So I hold it to my chest, and that's what we are not scripted. We are not scripted. And we just play to the music.
More than midterm exam.
And just to thank you for saying that, especially for us who work full time. Sometimes I'm rushing for work, reading at the same time, and getting prepared. And this is
because we have to come here, we have to do our own research. We don't know what's going to come. okay, what's trending today? Let me read a little bit. Let me do research. And you come, then totally different thing, boom. Then you have to make an intelligent argument. And these other commentators, they call you stupid, they'll call you this, they call you that. When you take one of them, they come argue one of the cases, their mouth will be closed. But look, AB is an intelligent guy. You know the reason why you are quiet is because AB is intelligent. And most of the time, you guys realize if somebody come on here and start to, bluff, I get so angry and I go at them. But if you ask AB any tough question, he will calmly respond to you. Even with what Hussein Fadiga said, he still responded and provided information that probably Fadiga would need, that we would need. I was asking some questions. I made a decision the other day that he was at fault. And because we listened to the audio, we don't know everything that went on. And we are only provided the audio. Now, I think, again, I like to say the fact that the Justice Ministry did not publish this report and they recommended to the president to dismiss everybody was not fair. It's not fair to the public. It's not fair to the individuals, especially those who were exonerated from this. We must show some kind of responsibility and accountability. Dismiss the person who is responsible and say, we are removing you because your attitude at the time was inappropriate, and so we are removing this person will remain. You give the person that zeal to even do better. But you just dismiss everybody and everybody suffer for one person action. I don't think it's fair. And we need to see the report. We are the people that were affected. We need to see why they're keeping it from us. And the last thing I'm going to say is that, look, the Yagati we didn't discuss it. But what happened is troubling. I mean, it's troubling.
No, I keep it. I'm going to play it though. You want to get into it now?
Okay, yeah, go ahead and play.
We already uploaded it. I just wanted you guys to finish and then I can play it. So now hold on 1 minute. Let Isaac come in with his closing, then I'll play. I beg you. Just hold on. Isaac, go ahead, sir. Isaac, are you speaking?
So yeah, I was on earlier on. President Baka is proposing reduction in the tenure of elected officials in 2025. When will people realize the reason why some of us always defend George Weah? Once upon a time, George Weah proposed reduction in the tenure of elected officials. Senator Darius Dillon referred to that as a dictatorial move. In 2025, Senator Dillon was clapping. As long as we will remain Liberians, we will always be proud of decisions made by George Weah as president. Because that man get a clean heart and a heart of a gold. He really wants the best for our country. I listen to many rescue people talking, they turn into plenty, then they reduce this president to 4, and then they reduce. George Weah brought that though, if you remember. He said we should reduce the tenure. And Senator Dillon, my own brother, referred to it as a dictatorial move. It was a dictatorial move only because it was George Weah who was proposing it. Here today, it is Sooner Raider move, Garden of Eden move, because why now? A rescue proposing it. I wanted to bring that up. I know the show was a sweet show because rescue people were talking to rescue people and other people were last. So now we want to come on the spasm. But imagine that. We are now talking about reduction in tenure of elected people.
You don't attack your friend on the show. You're not happy.
But why I say
If it's time for you to
rescue?
talk your own and you don't attack anybody, you are not happy, right?
So why I say the show us a sparsely show. What you gotta do with you?
Let's talk about your job. We're bringing a proposal and somebody
So
saying no.
where they show us a sparsely show, you say you said it. Who were you attacking? So what you gotta do with anybody here? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm attacking you. And
let me go ahead. Let me go ahead, please. In 2025, Rachel Kun po Yeke Koruba also for Yeke Koruba saying he now a speaker. My people, are we really sincere? Well, is everything okay in our country? Rachel Kun putting Yeke Koruba also because Yeke say you're not my speaker. So he say, for you saying I am a speaker, go outside. People, we are taking Liberia to a bad place. We are taking Liberia to a bad place. These are the things we should actually be talking about because these are dangerous. Once you stay on Broad Street and you say, Rachel Kun, that my speaker, get ready. They're coming for you. They will throw you out of Liberia. You must say Rachel Kun as your speaker. Liberia is fast declining.
My man, they said they want to play the video before we come and you already inside.
Exactly.
Oh, that video you were talking about, I didn't know. You know, I just came out. You just said it. Anyway, okay, let me pass away and go to my next closing. Which will end.
Everything. Hurry up.
Let me go to my next closing, which will end. Sorry, yeah, we'll talk about it. On the scene, Mr. Rachel Kun. Rachel Kun went to a school today. He was talking to the third grader. He said, "They must respect the rule of law." Yeah. My man, something going on in Liberia. Something is actually going on in that country. We have to have 40 days fast and prayer for Liberia. Rachel Kun was standing in front of third graders and say, you know, to respect the rule of law, a rule law. Rachel Kun, he was in front of third graders talking about respecting rule of law, my people. I mean, what? How did this happen? How are we now walking with our back to the front? Are we? It's okay.
So let's play the clip as it.
Yeah, because I know you. Let me end. I just came on the show. Give me my little one.
Nobody asked you to come late, as it. You cannot blame us. You were on the show earlier.
Well, everybody else talk about something
about your forward game.
But again,
so let me play the video,
again,
and then I want us to address this.
Went in the school and told the third graders respecting the rule of law.
You will now be escorted by the sergeant at arms. You will now be escorted out by the sergeant of arms. The speaker has said that.
So you know why, and I was keeping this for last because it's only important for us to sincerely speak to this. I spoke to Yeke today, and Yeke said he was coming, but then he got involved with other stuff. He couldn't come on. Was that the right thing to do, guys? Let's ask the question as Liberian. What did Yeke say? Yeke say, I do not recognize Richard Kun as my speaker. My speaker is Fonati Kofa. And Yeke said they asked him to give the mark that they pass around, which is actually unhealthy. They pass the one mark around for everybody to talking to. Prince Stowe and James Collier, you know, they were taking the mark from him. But because he said, I do not recognize you as my speaker, and you're going to go back on Thursday to say the same thing. Yeah, they kick him out. They throw him out. They call the sergeant at arms and they throw him out. Was it the appropriate way to go I'm asking Liberians here. Okay, so let me start with you. Was that the appropriate way to go? Or okay, so I will still wait 1 minute because Ase wasn't in flight. Let me start with Ase on this. Ase, you got 1 minute. Just don't talk about Rachel Kun going to the school. Let's stick to this video that people have watched. Was that the appropriate way to handle Yeke Koruba? And take us back in history within 1 minute when Akaris Grace said he and Solomon George said they were going to beat Yeke Koruba and kick him out. Talk to me about those different scenarios, Isaac.
Oh, it's very different. Lawmakers going at each other is different from lawmakers taking decision because of what a person said. It's big difference. Lawmakers are in chamber to go against each other. When you say that, you do this. But in this case, Mr. Kun, in his mind, he got a certain power from somewhere. So the fact that Koruba decided to use his constitutionally given free speech right to say, I don't see you as speaker, Kofa is speaker, that was his crime. That was his crime. He did not need to commit no other crime to be brutalized like what we saw in the video. We saw a Liberian lawmaker being touched in such a way by employees within the legislature. A lawmaker. Do I really have much to say about that? I don't think so. I can only say our country is fast declining into a bad country, and we are not setting the good precedents for future leaders.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me come to you, Uncle Sam. Talk to us about this. What do you think?
So, Sam, I just need to know, he had a microphone. Did they give him an allotted time to talk? Was his time over? And did they ask him to turn the microphone over? And was he disruptive? Or was he taken out only because he said he didn't recognize Kun? Can you just give me some?
So I called Yeke and I asked Yeke about what took place. Uncle Sam, I'm going to call Yeke. He couldn't make it today, but I'm going to call him that he can explain because you asked a good question. And let's see whether he will pick up and explain exactly the genesis of the incident. We are looking at the picture that they kick him out. That part of it, can you talk to us what you saw in the video while we get there?
Yeah, so look, everything has to be based upon context, right? If he was disruptive, if he wouldn't release the microphone and he was speaking out loud and disrupting it, then of course the sergeant at arms should or take him out. But if all he did was just to say that I don't recognize you, then the speaker and the other people are at fault. So until we know that, I really can't say much about it. Because I believe in law and order. And even though Yeke is my friend and like my son, we've been together for years and years and years, I cannot speak to that until I have more information on the context.
Thank you very much. Let's hear you, Gibson.
There is a normal practice that we know that the speaker may ask a lawmaker out on cause, on disruptive behavior. We know that. What just happened to Yeke is not the same. If you look at the video very carefully, when the speaker gave the instruction to the sergeant at arms to put Yeke
Is that sound coming from you, Gibson? Is that's you, right? Your computer on?
Oh, no, wait. I'll solve your problem.
All right, solve the problem, then bring Dr. Richardson and you'll come back. Dr. Richardson?
No, it don't.
It's done? All right, go ahead now.
Yeah. So what is happening is that what happened to Yeke is different. If you look at the video, that's not just the sergeant at arms and the legislative officers were trying to put Yeke outside. There were other lawmakers who were giving you put him outside. Other people were instigating the process. It's like a gang up against Yeke. So if the speaker gave an instruction to the sergeant at arms, everybody should be able to lead the sergeant at arms to do his job. Not trying to do the job for the sergeant at arms. The other lawmaker can't give instruction. The other man stand and say, put him outside, carry him outside, all the kind of stuff. You know, it's for me to just say I don't recognize you. It should be a freedom of speech thing. The jacket cuss in there, we don't have the video for it. The jacket slap anybody, we don't have the video for it. The jacket refuse to turn the microphone over like Sam said, we don't have the video for it. All we have is the sergeant at arms is being instructed to put Yeke outside. Now, that whole thing is completely different from what happened to Yeke during George Weah time. George Weah, Yeke was actually cussing George Weah man in section, and other lawmakers got mad and they said they want to take action, and that action was not taken. So that lawmaker the lawmaker. But in this instant case, I don't recognize you. You are not speaker. You are illegal speaker. That made Kun angry, and he told the podium, put him outside. At least from the video that I watched. So it was wrong, and they shouldn't be doing that. This is the man who go to the, okay, you see, when I talk about the elementary school, I was just about to send it to you. You go tell elementary school, you all obey the law. Hey, man, you are not a progenitor of the law. You are not a progenitor of the respect of law. What it did is a bad precedent. What happens if somebody other than Kun is speaker and Kun expresses disgust about something, and they order him outside and they put you outside the scene way? They want to put you outside, that man falling and hurt himself. They will say no, they will have no problem with that. This is not good for our democracy. This is not good for legislative politics. And I think these people need to calm down. They're taking the thing too personal and far. Let Yeke go and speak. I don't want you, when you finish speaking, say, sorry, your time is over, please sit down. Yeke, sit down. But unless it was disrupted, like Sam said, Sam made a very good inquiry. Was he disrupted? Was he insulting? Was he causing trouble? And they try to stop him, and he doesn't want to stop. If that is the case, then of course there's a power in the speaker that says you can order the sergeant at arms to remove a lawmaker if they behave disorderly. This, we don't have the evidence happening in this situation.
Thank you very much, Gibson. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, what do you make of the video?
Yeah, I agree with Uncle Sam and Gibson Giroux that we didn't see, other parts of the video that showed the context of the situation where Yeke was disrupting, where he was being disorderly, and I agree that, if he was disorderly, then, the sergeant at arms can be instructed to lead him out. But what we saw was people, taking Yeke out because he said, I do not recognize Richard Kun as my speaker. My people, how did we get here? How did we get here? We just saw yesterday, the Supreme Court bench refused, okay? One of the very few times that they have taken this action to go to the SONA. Could this whole discrepancy in the ruling, in what they said, and what the Minister of Justice said, could that have contributed to what the Speaker did today, removing Yeke because he did not recognize Speaker Kun? So I think we all as Liberians need to really, really search ourselves and stand up to the law, stand up to uphold the law. And then we can ask ourselves as well, what did Yeke do today? What did he do today? Are we upholding the law, or are we just going by sentiments and emotions? Sentiments and emotion got us where we are today, wanting to be sycophants, wanting to, say yes, sir, to everybody. Yes, sir, wanting to be on the good side of the law or whosoever is in power, not on the good side of the law, but on the good side of whoever in power. So yes, what did Yeke do today is the question that we should ask, and hopefully we'll get further information, not only from Yeke's side, but also from the other side as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy.
Yes, Stanton. Why it is true that the sergeant at arms has they have administrative and even law enforcement power within the chambers, within the Capitol building vicinity. They normally escort, and I like the English Dr. Francine used. They normally lead people outside of the premises. So you become disgruntled, you out of order. They hire the presiding officer, whether it's the speaker or anyone who's presiding, can say, "Listen, I need this gentleman or this lady outside. This honorable gentleman or honorable lady should be escorted outside, not dragged outside." So every time they do this to our sacred Capitol building, they defame some of the honors that come with that building. What these guys are doing is not good. I mean, what more can they do? They burn half of it already, and now they start throwing each other out. At the end of the day, we need to figure out. And these are the people who want to be president and vice president of our country. Imagine you're not tolerant enough to take somebody else's opinion of you. You're not my speaker, or you're getting out, you're dragging out. And they drag him out. So he may not have emphatically used the same word I'm using to say dragging out, but you know how people can step their bounds in Liberia once they have some proximity to power. They say, "Your boy man outside." These kind of things really defame the integrity, the character of our democracy. And I think this whole thing should come to an end now. I mean, it's been too long dragging with this kind of fracas and conflict among the people of the House, the honorable members of the House of Representatives. That's actually supposed to be there to make sure that, that the money that's supposed to be allocated to help our people in the various counties are getting to them, right? That nobody's overspending their budget, right? That if you got 3 million to spend, you will spend 3 million, at most 3.5, not 13 million. Those are the things that they should be discussing. They are not doing that. They're dragging somebody outside because another person says, "Man, I don't respect your authority," or "I don't recognize you." Simple as that. So I don't know where our country is going. I hope it comes to an end so that it does not degenerate any further than where it has already gone. But again, the people in that house are the only people who can make laws that they can choose to respect or disrespect. This is where we find ourselves. It's unfortunate, but Senator, is the realities of our time.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Can you close up on this?
Stanton, that's the institutional breakdown I spoke about earlier. It's affecting every fabric of our society. But that's a good reason why when I see fire, I won't put my hand there, because there's precedent that fire will burn you. We know about Yeke's disruptive behavior in the past, where they will have to escort him out on so many instances. The question is, if you choose to go somewhere, it means you recognize the leadership there. Otherwise, stay away. But if you went there, that is either you have two intentions. One is to go and disrupt because he's not your speaker, or you went there because you probably want to get paid because they've been saying people not showing up in session. Well, if you decide one of the two, the consequences, of course, will fit the treatment you got. I'm not saying that anybody should be putting hands on lawmakers, but that's the society we have, where institutions are broken down. I mean, they're down to the ground, where people go to session, nothing productive can come out of it. I wonder how the guys are getting paid. If you go back and witness some of those sessions, man, nothing you can get from there. Everybody talking on everybody. So, and then at the end of the day, They collect $13 million. I wish I have the kind of job. Look, we go to work here. Isaac, no, we go to work, we work our butt out. And at the end of the day, they give you a token. The CEOs and others take the rest. But these people have it made. They go there, just to go disrupt each other, and then they come out, nothing productive coming out of there. So why go there in the first place if this is not your speaker? I will not even go there, because then I'll be giving recognition. But knowing Yeke like fire, I know it didn't just boil down to getting him out. He may have been disruptive. We have precedent for that. I've seen it so many times. That's how Yeke thrives. He enjoys doing that. So today was one of those bad days for him where they say, well, you long been doing this? Get out. If you don't want to come here, don't come. And look,
isn't that obvious that the 28 people went to section that they are already aware that they don't recognize the speaker? So by just saying it, it's an obvious thing they are stating.
No, but let me. That's confrontational. Look,
this issue. I beg you. Give me a minute. I beg you, Conor Gray. I beg you.
I'll give it to you.
No, I beg you, Conor Gray.
The fact that the law part of our society stayed out shows that help is coming. The fact about the matter is, don't truncate or surcharge the process. Abide by the rule. You understand?
So once you say President Baka is not your president, don't be in Liberia. You must.
Okay, so
no, that's not the issue.
Conor Gray,
why he's going there?
That's not the issue.
Stand up.
I know it wasn't up to that.
Conor Gray, I beg you, give me a chance. Conor Gray, Black Courageous saying, I just watched the video. I saw the origin of it. Yeke Koloba refused to address the speaker. Then some lawmakers they moved on him, and they were yelling at him to address Richard Kun as speaker. They initiated it. I have the video in the chat room. They assaulted Yeke Koloba. They were wrong. You must address the speaker. Address the speaker. He said, I'm not addressing the speaker. It's in there right now. You're watching. The context. I mean, they got from their seats to approach him and yelling and screaming that he must address the speaker. Just is so sad. This is so sad.
And I hope Stanton can play that video. And
I just put it in the chat room. I think you should play it, Stanton.
How long are we going to do this? Because
it's like 3 to 5 minutes. You can go and play. You will see the origin of it. They came physically. They got from their seats, came physically to him. He will address the speaker. Address the speaker. Address the speaker.
Stanton, are you listening? Do you have the video?
Yeah, I just put it in the chat room.
That original saying, I'm on the phone with Nelson. I want him to put it up. So
I'm so sorry. Okay,
I don't have the video, but it gave me a hard time because it's over 2 minutes, and we have to just cut it in segments.
Sorry.
Let me just say this, and I think if anybody watch the video, even any of the video is disturbing. Nelson, can you put it up and put also the one that I just sent you up also? On a Beaufort Chiba, Yeke Koloba insulted George Manabuya. And they were complaining, all right? They were complaining on Yeke Koloba when he insulted George Manabuya. But his colleagues, and I want to show that, right? Asked Yeke to go out. They escorted Yeke out. There were no sergeant at arm. All right? Some of the other lawmakers asked Yeke, said, but let's just walk out. He was talking to Beaufort Chamber. Nelson, can you put it up? Put both video up, please, because I just sent it to you. So in this scenario, they called it sergeant at arm, and 4 or 5 of them. Now, he insulted George Manabuya. Some of his colleagues got mad. They got in discovery for the second time. You had Safoko and you had Gray. All right. This time around, he was insulting George Manabuya and Beaufort Chamber, and his colleagues took him and said, let's go outside. But yeah, because he couldn't recognize Richard Kun. And this is bad. This is disturbing. I told Yeke, why you couldn't go in plenary?
Yeke said they would not listen to me when I spoke to him today. People say, Stenton, why you said because of the government, the lawmakers, the president, the executive, the chief justice, and all the justices, right? They were the one that actually caused the burning of the Capitol building, their behavior. And these are the same behavior we are seeing today. For Kennedy, these are the very same behavior we are seeing today. How long will this go on for? If Yeke say, Nelson, can you pull up the videos, please? If Yeke say, I do not recognize you, so I ask Yeke, when you go back on Thursday and say you're not going to recognize Richard Coon, can you then just say, Yeke say, I will go there, and I will say, I'm not recognizing Richard Coon. I said, but must you go there? He said, yes, he will go there. I said, Yeke, if you can recognize the man, stay out. Yeke said, no, I will go there and say, I don't recognize the man. So is this, at the end of the day, I said, Yeke, they will expel you. Because as much as you don't recognize them, but you go amongst them, and you tell them, say, I don't recognize you, Richard Coon, then what's the essence of you going there? Can somebody help us understand, find a balance here? He doesn't recognize them. But he go there to tell them that I really don't recognize you guys. I'm not going to call Richard Coon my speaker. I'm going to only come here to disrupt. Where is the balance, folks? Let's just be objective, Uncle Sam.
That's a protest.
Where is the balance here? You say you don't recognize them. We agree you don't recognize Richard Coon. A lot of the 29 or 28 members, they really don't recognize Richard Coon. But they go there and sit there quietly and object quietly. Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, let me ask you. Uncle Sam, let me ask you. Uncle Sam, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm coming to you, Uncle Sam. Yeke has an argument. Richard Coon is not his speaker. 28 of them said Richard Coon not the speaker. They believe that the procedure was never followed.
Yeah.
But you go and sit there just to disrupt? Where is the balance, Uncle Sam?
He was not disrupting. He got up to speak. They wanted him to address the speaker. He says, I'm not addressing the speaker because I don't recognize the speaker. That's it.
Uncle Sam, isn't that a disruption?
It's not disruption. If I don't have to say a CEO Stenton when I'm speaking.
Exactly, you don't have to say it. But
I don't have to. I can make my point without addressing you. I can give you the silent treatment.
So your argument here, and let's get it straight, that it's not because of Yeke. Your argument here is that Yeke should speak. They should give him a chance to speak. And if he doesn't recognize the speaker, after he's done speaking, turn the mic over.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Nelson,
is that the protocol in Parliament? Is that the protocol in Parliament? There's a procedure there before you speak.
But it is not mandated by law.
No, it is mandated by their rules. Not by law, by their rules.
No, you can speak.
But Conor Gray, when Conor Gray talk about rules, and we all know that currently in there the rules are fragmented and broken and disrespected, you should understand that Yeke Koluba is actually just going there to protest the rules. That's why he's telling you. The way
when you look at that video, the people provoke the situation. Why check the microphone?
Thank you. They got
up from their seat. They got up from their seat and went to Yeke.
And that's an illegal issue. That's an illegal behavior right there. You are attacking
the microphone. You know that Yeke is not going to advise.
No, but you can't go there. The man got a phone. You're not a speaker. You're not nobody. You're not charging your arm. The man is speaking. The person, the man address the speaker. The man said, no, he will speak, but you're not addressing the speaker. You don't recognize the man. You go and yank the microphone from the man. Why? You
see, let me say this. I beg you, Brother Gibson. Let me say this. That's why we said it over, and we will say it continuously. Our country is proceeding wrongly.
Exactly.
Everybody have taken the side. This thing about greed is destroying our country. Today is Yeke. Imagine our next government coming power, 2029. What will we say? If that president, whether a new president, come in power and say, I can do X, Y, and Z as evidenced by President Bouakai government did X, Y, and Z. We are about to destroy 30 years of our future and our children's future.
Yep.
30 years plus. No rule of law.
But the rescue train is moving.
This when the president said the rescue train is on course, I said, where? Yeah. Maybe in Disneyland.
Speech. He said that in his speech.
Maybe it's in Disneyland. The president have to understand, and you have to understand that under his leadership, our country is losing. And people don't want me to say this, but there's no rescue train. That was myth. It's not there. The rescue train, you can find it.
It exists, a runaway train now.
The rescue train is an imagination. Until you can get outside of that imagination, our country is losing. The fundamental rules of law have been broken. That you can have a 40 formula or lawmaker that's supposed to have respect and dignity for the sake for the elderly. Look at Uncle Sam and talk about his past health history. Something is happening in our country. You have 28 to 29 men and women that are looking at Richard Koo and say, you are not our speaker. That place is fragmented. You have members of the Senate. They are so divided. But the vice president can come back and say, my man, you guys are between a rock and a hard place. Where is the unity? Jeremiah Koo should be having the form of unity. If the next Unity Party government can depend and rely on Jeremiah Koo, he should be building bridges. He shouldn't be in the play fight. There is no victory to the end of this situation. Our country is divided. And only the people are suffering. When people are celebrating on picture because President Bouakai met another president and they're celebrating on those photo ops, it's a problem, a fundamental problem of within our country. When the president says 7 February of 2024, the president's arrest dropped, and the president forget, and somebody not reminding Mr. President that the president's arrest didn't drop, it's high up, and it's claiming in Lofa. It claiming in bombing. Our president was naming diamond, gold, magnesium, uranium, and everything else. But who taking it? It's not Liberians. It's the foreigners that carrying them, enriching themselves. What is happening amongst members of the House of Representatives? It is concerning. Liberia need to be redeemed. That's why the Liberian people, they are watching. They can't wait to pay these people back. They are watching. How many of you going to bed hungry tonight? You sleeping just by drinking water? How many of you? How many of you that say this? Oh, we clapping. Papa said we take pay. January gone. That February pay they celebrated and said the Papa said we take pay February. I mean, we have to think. And that's why you and I come every day on the show to remind our fellow Liberians, it's not about CDC. CDC failed us. Unity Party for 12 years, they failed us. And look what we are in again under another Unity Party regime. Where is our hope? So what is happening to Yeke that they throw him out? A certain lawmaker, they call it Sergeant Arm. They threw him out. Do you think the people will forget this? The people will remind every one of them That's why some of them trying to skip to another county and go way in the interior of Conakry, that where they will get 8,000 votes or more and they be made a senator. Some of them are preparing themselves. They can't make it in the big cities no more. They can't make it in the big county no more. They talk about going way beyond Jade, beyond Goldback, that they can be senator overnight by trucking. But with long life and grace, we will chase them. We'll remind the locals. They will try to truck, but we'll remind the people. What is happening? They should be responsible. Continue to throw Yeke Koluba up, no problem. Not because he's Yeke Koluba though. I want to play this video. I want you to see the difference. We close this show. Look at Yeke Koluba almost 4 years ago or 3 years ago.
Administration, look at you. All the time you talk, your people have respect for you. All the time you talk anytime. All the time you talk anytime, people have respect for you. Nobody has respect for you. You lost the respect in the country for Bochima. You have lost the respect. You have lost the respect. Going for some legal session here. Legal session here. Legal session here. For you to say that it's still that drop of money. Look at you. Look at you. You are disgrace. You are disgrace, Papa Chima. Papa Chima, you are disgrace. You are disgrace. You are dictator. You are stupid to what I call yourself president here. Professor John.
Colleagues, I don't think this can be continuous.
Why not confidence? What will you do? What will you do? What can you do? My brother, because of my police, slave you.
Before the coming of our people.
That's honor President George Manawia. And who you saw around Yeke? Some of his colleagues say Yeke walk out.
Lawmakers, like you.
Yeke was insulting George Manawia, insulting Beaufort Chamber. Compare that to today.
I know.
You will now be escorted by the sergeant at arms. You will now be escorted out by the sergeant of arms. The speaker has said that.
So what
40 years experience.
You the one that Mr. Jackson sent to you.
And why just posted there at the start of it? That's 40 years of experience.
And this is it, right?
That's it, yes.
You can go by on the floor. I'll be better to vote. Let the speaker.
So you saw the origin of the video. He addressed Mr. Deputy Speaker. You heard him clearly call him Mr. Deputy Speaker. But they said, no, address the Speaker. And they came up to tell that if you cannot address their Speaker, then you shouldn't be in their base. It's a bad time in our country. It's a very bad time in our country.
But they left their seats. They left their seats.
Let them rebels.
You got to understand, who do we have as lawmakers?
But you know what though? I will end on this one that Richardson. We get less than 5 years to go. The Liberian people will go through it. The Liberian people will bear it. The Pharaoh you see today, you will see no more when that time comes. The Liberian people will go through it. They will remember each and every one of them. They will. Imagine you're looking at the reason why the Capitol building got burned. Take a look. Imagine. Don't ask no more questions. Why the Capitol building got burned? May God save our state. May God bless you all. Tomorrow we'll be here with the Fadiga and that I will call. I want to say to all of you, every day is a new thing. Our country is declining. Our country is declining continuously. When you go to bed, pray for Liberia, pray for your grandparents, pray for your sister and brother. Listen, they were attacked, they were insulted, they were attacked.
Stanton, let me just say this.
And you got to understand, guys, we got to close this show and go make it real quick as you do.
Yeah, let me just say this. And we should not, in as much as sometimes it sounds political, but we have to be truthful here. All of these things you've seen, all of it is being emboldened by the president of Liberia, President Bouakai. It is President Bouakai who endorsed all of these things. It was his government, his justice minister, after pressuring him to come and say the Supreme Court rule upside down. He encouraged them to do what we're seeing. And we have to be very sincere about it. If President Bouakai had asserted leadership of the alleged 40 years they say he had, we wouldn't be seeing this.
Thank you very much, Isaac, though. Again, we're going to say this.
How can you come from that kind of situation? You go to elementary school and tell them to obey the law.
But you say elementary school, but the children said to get sense, to get CA. That was we played this video. And I would say to all of you, I want to say thank you for joining us. Come again tomorrow. We're going to be having a very, very unique show tomorrow. It is disappointing that every day we come. And the president actually took the mic that one Johnson Williams. I say the point is that every day we come here and we leave within your mind the reason why you should be able to vote wisely comes 2029. The reason why we cannot go back. The reason why we will continue to decline as a nation because we thought, I sincerely thought we're going to have a brand new Liberia. I sincerely believe that by this time, we're going to be saying, thank God for the decision we took. But may God save our state. You know, I spoke to Costa. Anyway, let me leave the cover. I told you I was going to say, but you know what, let me leave it. Let me leave Costa cover, guys.
Actually, I didn't see this really good. Did somebody yank the mic out of Yeket's mouth?
Yeah, they did. Watch this video. It's in the chat room.
And that's what I wanted to say. I want guys,
we gotta go. Guys, we gotta go. Guys, we gotta go. I say, I know you gotta go also. You can go to where you can come on late. But again, you'll be here. We gotta go. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you, Conor Gray. Nelson, come on, let's close the show. Dr. Richardson, thank you for hanging out with us. Are you off tomorrow? Dr. Richardson mistakenly took himself off. Paul Kennedy, it's good to have you. Nelson, can you come on? What a wonderful show today, guys. Thank you for sharing our show. Thank you for being part of the program. Till we meet again, let God bless you. John King. It's always good to have you on, John King.
The mention my name number Larry King to John King. What kind of name?
I'll give you all of them. It's good to have you. I said thank you,
to be here. Yeah,
sir. Thank you very much. It's good to have you, Edwin Gray, as always. Nelson Colette refused to put all my video up. He gave me too many excuses. Put a video, he said no. He's just trying to kick me up because he's sure about to start. You got to understand and speak.
No, not really, CEO. You know, I've always done my best to upload all your videos.
Look at that. You always do your best. Leslie, thank you very much. It was a wonderful show. I appreciate you, though. Seriously. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Have a good night, okay?
Okay, sir. You too.
Yeah.
Well, folks, thanks for being here with us. We appreciate all of you for joining us on this edition of the program. Spoon Talk is where you get the news, is where you get the updates. And we appreciate the fact that you come on all the time to join us here, to have your say, whether in a comment section, to agree or disagree with the different opinions, the views being expressed. We appreciate all of you for always being here. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of the program. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio. As you know, we are always live across the country on several frequencies. 107.5 Spoon FM, 101.1 Fabric Radio, Super 95.5 FM. We online as well on our different social media handles: Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. Thanks to our YouTube audience, we're there. Spoon Talk Live is our YouTube handle, and we appreciate all of you for joining us via YouTube. And yes, till we'll come your way again. Have a good night. Liberia is all we have, so let's remember to keep the peace of this country alive. I want to put this this up real quick. Let me see if I can get this one up. Okay, so but I want to appreciate all of you for joining us tonight. I see so many of you have come on. We want to appreciate you for being here tonight, always watching the program, making your input. We appreciate you for being on tonight. Let me get this one up, and I want to recognize a few of you and just say thanks for joining us. But just before doing that, this kid is being declared wanted. His name is unknown. He was last seen around the 540 area here in Congo Town. He's accused of stealing some items from a business person and even me. You know, a wireless DJI microphone, body cam, and other media items was stolen by him. He made his way in my home and got away with those items. He's wanted. So if you're seeing this photo and you came across him, kindly report him to the nearest police station, please. I want to appreciate all of you for joining us. Lofa Zo, we appreciate you. Lucky Jones, thanks for being on tonight. I see Robert Moba, we appreciate you. Amara Sese, Jenkins Jackson, thanks for coming on tonight. Leva and Payne, we appreciate you. And all of you joining us tonight. Mr. Philip Bala, thanks for being on tonight. Joshua Turner, yes, we appreciate you, Mr. Turner. Thanks for joining us tonight. Robert Moba, Dr. Elijah Smith, yes, thanks for being on tonight. All of you joining us, thanks for being on here. Till we'll come your way again. Have a good night. Mr. Kazan, we appreciate you as well. Bill Kazan, thanks for coming on. Evelyn, Momo, Lucky James, thanks to all of you for joining us. Have a good night. Josh Morris Jr., E.O. White, yes, You're right. It's a long story, but the kid is wanted. In case you came across him, report him to the nearest police station. Alfred Howard, James, and everyone, thanks for being on here tonight. They will come your way. Have a good night. Coming up next is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You can make up time to join us. I'm Nelson Cole. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy.